Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Good afternoon, Barry. Thank you. We'll call to order this meeting for the Board of County Commissioners for Tuesday, June 21st, 2002. We're very pleased today for our invocation to have Pastor Bill Lasasso from New Path Community Church come give our invocation. After that, the pledge will be led by Commissioner Long. Please rise.
Father, thank you that we live in the most beautiful county in the United States of America. Thank you for these people that felt called and were elected to run this place. It's a big deal. It's a big job. And Father, today we're asking for your direction. Seriously, we don't just pray to talk. We're asking your direction, your divine guidance. Father, wouldn't it be cool tonight if everybody who went to bed knew we heard from you, and that tonight this county's in better shape than it was this morning because of this meeting and the decisions that were made. Father, we're asking that, and you can do it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Bill.
Bye.
We have a couple of proclamations I'll come down to the floor for. This week, we recognize National Mosquito Control Awareness Week, and I'd like to ask Chris Bolin, Mosquito Control Technician, Matt Leverdur, get close, and Alyssa Barrow, all from our Mosquito Control section, to come up. They're from our Public Works Department. If you'd come join us. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mosquito-borne, come all the way around. Yeah, sure. Mosquito-borne diseases have historically been a source of human and animal suffering, illness, and death in the United States. Excess numbers of mosquitoes also diminish enjoyment of the outdoors, public parks, playgrounds, hinder outdoor work, decrease livestock productivity, and reduce property values. How much livestock decrease have we had in Pinellas? No, I'm just Public education and awareness of health benefits associated with safe, professionally applied control methods will support our efforts, as well as motivate the public to eliminate mosquito production sites of their own property. The American Mosquito Control Association is sponsoring National Mosquito Control Awareness Week in an effort to increase the public's awareness and along with control agencies within the U.S. and around the world to highlight the educational programs currently available. The efficiency and morale of the qualified and dedicated personnel who work in the mosquito control program are influenced by public attitudes and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Therefore, we proclaim it June 19th to June 25th, 2022 be recognized as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week. And if you've had the opportunity, I encourage citizens that are watching, if you think you have the opportunity or have the need, please go on our website, request a service. It's a very quick turnaround. They will come out. We had it done at our house a couple years ago, and it really does work at making your environment a little bit better. Who would like to talk?
I will do it. All right, thank you so much for having us out here. We're excited to be here and just so thankful for the support that we get from the commissioners and from the community. It's really critical to our success, to being able to serve the community, and it's very important. I just want to highlight the two staff members that came with me today because they are perfect examples of the dedicated staff that we have. So I've got Chris over here, who is a mosquito control technician in the north part of the county. If you live in the north part of the county, you might have had him there before, and you know how excellent he is at service requests. Our mosquito control technicians do a lot of work. Not only do they run around to different parts of the county that have known breeding sites and monitor mosquitoes and treat for mosquitoes before they become biting adults, they also go to service requests, and that's our first line of education with all of the community. And they do a great job of going out there and talking with the homeowner and helping you figure out exactly where the issue may be. Sometimes it's around your yard, such as something like your gutters. It could be a bird bath, something along those lines. And sometimes it's a catch basin or a nearby swamp that we have to take care of. The next person that I brought is Matt Labrador. He is the crew chief who leads the aerial support ground crew. So we have a helicopter that is absolutely critical to us being able to serve the community as well. We have, believe it or not, areas of the county that we cannot get to by truck or by foot, and that's where our helicopter comes in. We only do larviciding, which means we target larvae, the immature stage of mosquitoes, again, before they become biting adults. And we are able to use environmentally friendly options such as BTI, which you can buy at any home goods store. And that's a soil bacteria that's specific to mosquitoes and black flies to be able to manage mosquitoes. And so without their efforts, we certainly wouldn't be able to do the work that we do. But also, without the community's effort, we can't be successful either. So we encourage everybody in the community, if you're experiencing mosquitoes, check around your yard once a week. Just look for that standing water and dump it out. If you're having an issue, give us a call. We're always happy to come out. Somebody like Chris will come on out and help you determine where the issue is and help you treat it.
Very good. Anyone else? No, okay. And citizens can sign up to get a ride on the helicopter, right? We're going to do a photo.
Do it in the picture.
Oh. Wasn't quite complete.
You know, 6 years ago, a lot of folks knew about mosquito control a lot more than they might do any other time of the year when we had the Zika outbreak, and your staff was incredible at responding. So we appreciate the work you do all year long. Next, we have our Independence Day proclamation. I'd like to invite Harry Fuller, Second Vice President of the Sons of the American Revolution Clearwater Chapter, to join me. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for being here. On this anniversary, we remember the great courage and conviction of our founders, and we celebrate the enduring principles of our Declaration of Independence. As we celebrate our independence, Americans can take pride in our history and look to the future with confidence as we offer our gratitude to the American patriots, past and present, who sought to advance freedom and lay the foundations of peace. We pay special tribute to all those who are currently serving in the armed forces and our veterans. Their contributions have been critical to the defense of our country and to our freedom. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that July 4th, 2022 be recognized as Independence Day.
Yes, sir. Well, the Sons of the American Revolution, we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit, congressionally chartered fraternal lineage organization dedicated to enhancing education, promoting patriotism, and preserving American history, whose members can trace their lineage to a patriot ancestor who supported the cause of American independence. The Clearwater chapter was officially chartered January 12, 1952, and we are celebrating our 70th anniversary of service to community and country. And the Clearwater chapter, this gives me the opportunity, would like to thank the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners for issuing a proclamation earlier this year recognizing our anniversary and declaring January 12th, 2022, Sons of the American Revolution Clearwater Chapter Day. I'm also Vice President of the St. Petersburg chapter, so you got all the county covered here. It's our belief that not only should we, the people, remember our patriot ancestors, but those who immigrated to our country also, who yearned for freedom, and who, my mother was an immigrant and survived the brutality of Nazi oppression and came to this country and loved this country so much. Even when she became an American citizen, many people would ask her, "What's your nationality?" She would proudly say, "I'm an American." And pretty much everyone on my fourth and fifth great-grandfathers did something to support the revolution. So thank you very much, and on behalf of the Sons of the American Revolution, thank you very much for the proclamation.
All right, next on our agenda today, we have our partner presentation. I'd like to welcome David Green, Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Area Regional Transit Authority, TBARTA. Good afternoon, welcome. Thanks for being here today.
Good afternoon, thank you. Again, I'm David Green, Director of TBARTA, and really want to thank you for having me on your agenda today. I know as elected officials, you all serve on many boards and committees, and it's difficult sometimes to keep up with agencies you're not regularly a part of. So just wanted to take an opportunity to come by and update you on TBARTA and remind you of how we fit into the region. This is a snapshot of the collective makeup of our 5 local transit agencies in Tampa Bay. We have a population of more than 3.5 million and growing, and cover a geographic area larger than the states of Delaware and Rhode Island combined. There are almost 1,000 revenue vehicles in service and annual operating expenses of just over $200 million, which is pretty impressive on the surface, but that puts us with the likes of San Antonio, Sacramento, and Columbus, Ohio, which are regions much smaller than ours. When you compare us to true peer regions, they're spending a minimum of $300 million a year, with Seattle up over $1 billion, and that's purely operating expenses. That does not include capital. But I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. You may have seen this report from back before COVID that ranked transit in the top 100 cities, and you can see where we ended up. I'm sure our friends from around the state aren't really bragging either, but they still ranked significantly higher than us. And the results are similar. If you look at the Tampa Bay Partnerships Regional Competitiveness Report, we regularly rank at the bottom in transit. This has been a known problem for a long time, for years, but we just can't seem to move the needle. Obviously, there are some dynamics that factor into that, but it's clear that we can do better both locally and regionally. As I mentioned, we have 5 local operators in the region, all very knowledgeable and experienced, and know how to effectively operate transit. But when you look at this map, you can see a clear gap in cross-county service, and that really is the core of TBARTA's focus, which is providing options for people to be able to travel throughout the region without a car. Now, we understand the value of local transit service. Strong local service is the foundation of a healthy regional network, but there also need to be options that connect our counties. TBARTA brings value to local government as a regional authority that can help address local needs. Our goal is to work with our core partners and harness the potential of regional transit solutions, which is more important than ever, with billions of federal dollars now being prioritized for regional transit projects. We have a lot to offer in Tampa Bay, but we also need a regional transit authority to help keep us competitive for federal project dollars. And with housing becoming more expensive by the month, we know workers are being pushed further away from their jobs, which only creates more congestion. When TBARTA's board approved our regional transit development plan, it also adopted a regional transit vision network, which is shown here. And I'm sorry you have to see it so small on a slide because it's tough to get a sense of everything that's on it. But this is the vision for connecting our 5-county region with multimodal transit services, regardless of provider. It includes things like regional rapid transit on I-275, regional passenger ferry service, and new express bus service. It also includes rail service within the CSX corridor, the City of Tampa Streetcar Modernization Project, Hart's Arterial BRT, and PSTA's Sunrunner. And we also continue to evaluate projects like regional BRT on US 19, aerial gondolas in Clearwater, and regional service for the transportation disadvantaged. All of these services collectively make up a network of transit that'll improve mobility for residents, workers, and visitors throughout all of Tampa Bay. This map is our long-range target. It's where we want to end up one day, well beyond our 10-year plan. So our efforts are not about pursuing one project over another, but figuring out how to work with our local partners to do all of them, because all of these projects are complementary pieces to the overall network that our region sorely lacks. Now, there are a couple key ingredients to making much of this a reality, one being regional cooperation, the other being funding. And in fact, even our short-term priorities are listed as unfunded because no funding sources have been identified yet for operations. As a regional transit agency, TBARTA has two top priorities. One, to increase total transit funding coming to Tampa Bay for both regional and local service. And two, build regional consensus for how TBARTA can best support incremental progress toward the regional transit vision. Now, admittedly, we're not quite there yet, but that's what we continue to work on. And that's why, for example, the board recently approved an interlocal agreement to memorialize local contributions from member jurisdictions and ask the state to match those dollars. This has historically been an informal arrangement, and we're very thankful for the support that Pinellas County has shown over the years, because these local funds provide tremendous stability for TBARTA and allow the agency to function. Some changes that were incorporated are for member cities to participate as well, and for contributions from member cities to be deducted from those from their member county. So the amount from St. Pete would be deducted from that of Pinellas County, meaning that your contribution would be reduced by about $45,000. Again, I can't thank you enough for the support you provided since TBARTA was created, and certainly hope that'll continue. As I wrap up, I just want to say that we recognize regional solutions are not simple, but believe that's why TBARTA is important. We provide a forum for regional collaboration on transit issues and believe that ultimately benefits local agencies and county residents. Certainly, nobody aspires to be last on any of these lists, but with continued effort, we feel like we can finally begin to implement some of these services that everybody's hoping for. Again, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions if you all have time.
Questions?
I don't have questions, just a comment.
Commissioner?
Not a question, but just a comment. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Green for just welcoming into the TBARTA family. I appreciate the fact that I was appointed to the board because transportation has always been important to me. And I am thankful for the staff for the presentations regarding our financial situations, knowing where we were prior to my arrival, having heard about some of the ways in which our bank account looked then versus how our bank account looks now. So I really appreciate the hard work that's really gone into that with you and staff. And I also appreciate the forward thinking. When we're meeting, ideas are not denied at the table, but they are discussed further to see how we can do it. And despite some of our conversations that haven't been fruitful, perhaps with other partners, we have not given up on trying to engage and bring them into the fold, because regional transportation is going to be the key marker as to whether or not we grow as a true innovation district. There is no way that we'll be able to employ all the people that are looking for meaningful employment within specific communities or county. They can only do that when they're able to reach those locations that desire to build outside of our county. We have representative from the commission, Commissioner Holcomb, who talks about bring it on to Hernando County. You know, I'm happy to take anything on. And so we know that Hernando County has room for growth and development, but the issue that we have to tackle and the solution we have to provide is how are we going to get people out there who desire not to drive or who do not have a car of their own. And if our mission and vision is to take vehicles off of the road and to become more environmentally friendly, I really think TBARTA is a key linchpin in all of that. So thank you so very much for all that you're doing. We have a new office too, in case anybody didn't know. We had to move and we found a new home. And so I'm very thankful for that. And again, thankful for Mr. Green and his staff and for the hard work that they're doing, despite some of the hurdles we've had to overcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I love about Commissioner Flowers is her glass is always half full. So now you got an easy ride with Commissioner Flowers. I would like to know, David, a little more about what the vision is to move us forward. We all know that the funding that we were requesting from the legislature was vetoed, even though the heavy lifting went on all session long to get it through the House and the Senate. Secondly, we all know, I do believe, that the governor has never fulfilled his appointments to T-BARTA. You're not the only agency that is a problem with, though, I'll give you that. But thirdly, you know, we haven't just started talking about this since you've been here, which is how long now?
3.5 years.
3.5 years, one of which was kind of totally eaten up by the pandemic. That said, at what point do we stop talking and start doing? That's what I want to know. And this map that you showed here, I found really interesting in terms, and I'd like to know these numbers. I know you're not going to, I don't think you'll have them today, but I'd like to know them by the time we have our next meeting, because I'm looking at Manatee, Pinellas, and Pasco. And I do know personally, because I'm down in Manatee all the time, I have my oldest son and his family live down there. It's got to be one of the biggest, fastest growing counties in the area. And on the regional transit, Pinellas Planning Regional, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, of which I also serve, approved their comprehensive plan about 5 years ago. In that 5 years, the development going on down there has been off the charts. So my question to you in this moment is, beyond knowing what your vision is and how we get there, why do we not pay more attention to Manatee, Pinellas, and Pasco and fix that piece, since we already know that we have willing partners from Manatee and Pasco?
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciated my fabulous commissioner over here talking about Commissioner Holcomb in Hernando County. And I would like to counter that by saying, can we first focus on just getting across the bridge?
Lots of questions. Yeah, funding has been the #1 biggest challenge, and it has been for decades. As you pointed out, we've been doing studies for 50 years, and not much has been implemented, and it's a result of not having the local funds to go along with the ideas. If you're talking about regional projects, you absolutely have to have regional cooperation, and unfortunately, not all the partners have been on the same page for all the projects. Pasco is a very willing and eager partner, as you pointed out, and that's why we started exploring the US 19 corridor for potential BRT service, and we'll be wrapping that study up very shortly and presenting the results to the T-BARTA board within the next couple of months. But I think that's a great opportunity. Manatee County, same thing. I was down there meeting with the county administrator just a few weeks ago, and they're geographically in a strange position. They feel they align more closely with Sarasota as opposed to Pinellas or Hillsborough. Having said that, getting across the bridge is certainly very important to them. I think something that they'd be interested in. The regional rapid transit project on I-275, we talked a couple years ago about the idea of continuing it south along across the bridge into Manatee. The FDOT District 1 supervisor was interested in doing that as well. It was the local transit agency for Manatee County, which didn't have that sort of service in its transit development plan yet, that kind of paused on that idea. Not to say that they're not interested in it at all, but they have to be supportive of it before we can move it forward collectively as a regional project.
Okay, well, I appreciate those comments, if I may, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chair. But secondly, what is your vision for moving us forward now that we have lost the funding from the state?
Well, we're going through our budget process right now. So there are two sets of funds that T-BARTA needs to be successful. One is funding for agency operations, and that's what we've continued to go to the state to seek. That's what the local contributions support. it allows employees to come to work every day and perform their jobs. The other type of funding that we need is funding for services and projects. In order to do any projects, in order to implement any service, there needs to be local funds in order to go along with state and or federal money to implement them. And as I pointed out, for the past 50 years, that has been the challenge, is the lack of local funding to support any regional service. All the funding the counties have had to date has been going toward local transit service, which is rightfully they should, because there's a significant need for local transit. But in terms of prioritizing projects, local has been at the top and regional has kind of been down towards the bottom due to lack of funding. So until we can identify some source of local funds to implement services and projects, we'll continue to have these same conversations.
And so who's working on identifying those extra funds?
The counties need to come up with their ideas. Each county has to have a strategy for funding from their own county.
And
Hillsborough is talking about doing a referendum in November. None of the other counties have, to my knowledge, have talked about doing a referendum.
And have you talked with each of the administrators in each of our partner counties?
Yes.
Okay. My last question for the moment, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, is you may remember that at my last meeting of APTA, which was up in D.C., we had the great pleasure of listening to Secretary Buttigieg speak to us about transportation funding and projects and ways in which we could speed up the process. As you well know, it is a very, very lengthy process to get federal money. And we haven't even begun to work on that project yet. So he encouraged us, those of us who sit on transit boards and transportation boards, to come back and talk to our staff about writing. They want to hear from us. They want suggestions on ways in which we can shorten that process, make it more nimble, because as you've heard me say a gazillion times, with the advances of technology and the way we fund transportation in our state, I don't know how it is in other states, but you do, you know that it's very cumbersome, and it hasn't changed much for the last 50-plus years. That's not going to work going forward, David, if we want to keep up with the future, because we can't figure out how to fund it if you're not thinking 20 or 30 years out. So have you sent your suggestions to D.C.?
So getting federal money is not an issue. Getting state money is not an issue. We could get federal and state money tomorrow, but we can't tap into it because we don't have local funds to accelerate it. We have to have local funds. That is the key. Nothing will change without local funds.
But that is, you think you can get federal funds tomorrow? Good luck with that, because I am telling you, we had commitments from our local governments to start the Sunrunner line. It still took us 6 years to work through all of the different steps at the federal level. So we don't even have an idea yet, and yet, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to belabor it. You've heard me wax on. I'm done with my questions for now.
All right. Further questions or comments? Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Seal.
To get very specific, where do you think the future funding is going to come from for T-BARTA?
For agency operations? Great question. I mean, we have approached the legislature for the past 3 years, have been successful. We have been included in the budget 3 times in a row. It's the governor's office where the challenges have been, and we end up being vetoed. We're going through our budget process right now. Fortunately, we still have some funding left from the CARES Act and from ARP, which will allow us to continue operating as an agency for the next year.
Okay.
It's after that point in time, which is where the question is.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll have to have that conversation at our July board meeting.
We haven't yet had the board meeting to have the conversation,
Right.
so all of this just happened.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Green. We
Thank-
appreciate your time
thank
and
you
sharing the
all.
information with us.
Thank
Thank you. Next on our agenda is citizens to be heard. And before we do that, I want to mention Commissioner Eggers is out today. I forgot to mention at the beginning. We send him continued well wishes. David Ballard Geddes Jr., come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. We hold these truths, this truth, and as a last resort, we pridefully hold this truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And when in the course of human reality, this truth is intended to be dissolved and assumed as this truth, as separate but equal stations among the powers of the earth, using water as a Second Amendment right, as a power of the earth, birthing, naturalizing, despotic water jurisdictions, seen as an it in the 14th Amendment as self-evident. The Declaration of Independence, serving as preamble to Hamilton's second Constitution, further reveals this Constitution to be the present history of the British, and they have established this government as a candid world, as an arbitrary government, as pretentious legislation here to complete perfidy and works of death, eating us out of our subsistence, deprecating the water supply claimed as process due in the 14th Amendment. In actuality, the mercenaries, self-declared as known savages, working as mercenaries for the British, Israel has declared itself to place the Gentiles on a long train of usurpations, declaring the absolute destruction of all ages and conditions claimed as bounty in the 14th Amendment, which, in the course of human hypocrisy, the high seas bigotry of this government makes the philosophy of this Constitution a bill of attainder, a letter of marque, a reprisal seen as a medium and is being used as an actual invasion as revealed in Article 1, Section 9 and 10, seen as being in actual service in the Fifth Amendment and in Article 2, Section 2, here to establish absolute tyranny as declared, intending to capture Christianity via the water supply in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of this Constitution. Truthfully, in actuality, pridefully, all of this is an insurrection. And we need to make some corrections on the high seas in regards to what's going on with this country and where we're going to as a people. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next is KCJ Garland. Corey, I apologize. Come forward, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay. So I come here to address. I'm a esoteric philosopher. My IQ is 168, so I have a lot of advice to offer. And there's a problem right now in Largo. I'm working with the church, and we have a homelessness epidemic because gas prices are rising, stuff like that. And apparently, Largo PD has placed a fine for people helping the homeless. It's $300. And these aren't bums for looking for cigarettes, alcohol, or drugs. These are normal people who've had jobs, stuff like that. And you'll see a lot of homeless people where people are cutting the cost of rent by living in their cars. And I would just ask the commission to go to Largo PD and have them reconsider that $300 fine for helping the homeless, because it's not a problem of drugs or crime or anything like that. These are just average people. And then for Pinellas County, we all know what happened in Uvalde and Sandy Hook. And I would like to offer a suggestion that we need to make elementary schools from soft targets to absolutely hard targets, that these mass shooters, they're copycatting each other. And I've kind of looked into the psychology of it, and they treat it like it's some sort of game. They have the kill count. So there are two solutions I have, which is to either train a SWAT spec ops team instead of resource officers to be present at all times to do drills with the faculty, or to make the faculty itself its own independent spec ops team ready to tackle this, because this epidemic isn't going away unless we figure out what we're going to do about gun laws and stuff like that. And the best thing that we can have are good guys with guns. And as I was listening to your guys' budget crisis, I do have a few things to suggest to solve that. Going into the future, there's a new type of computer called quantum computers. And my dad, I can't say which bank my dad works for, but that bank has actually invested in getting one themselves. And like a normal computer reads information off of bits, ones and zeros, on and off, a quantum computer actually reads information off the way an atom spins. So it's billion calculations in an instant. So what I'm suggesting is that for the future of planning, you guys know, if you read in the media right now, Google's chatbot, Lambda, one engineer said it had started becoming sentient and it started requesting rights and it actually hired an attorney. And now the attorney's filing paperwork for the artificial intelligence. While Google denies that it's become sentient, I suggest that for school security as well, that we invest in artificial intelligence, quantum computers, and neural networks, as we can go as far as, because I want Pinellas County to be the leader in school security for the world. Because like I said, this gun epidemic, we're going to see more copycats. It's a long dealing with need to improve the mental health system too, to catch these. And we can go as far as having a sentient AI scan people's conversations on Facebook and all the social media networks, because a lot of times these mass shooters, they will express to somebody privately when they're about to strike, and if we can have that AI become sentient and read these conversations, we can get them before it happens. Thank you, that's all the time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Greg Pound?
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo. The Word of God, the Holy Bible, is should be our foundation for building our country on, and that's what it was at one time. I want to bring up the issue of this Buttigieg thing. Did you see in the paper that we're having a transportation problem in this country? We're not able to get stuff to the stores and so forth. And while Buttigieg and Buttigieg's male wife had a baby, and while all this crisis is going on, Buttigieg said, we can't come to work because we're trying to figure out how to breastfeed the baby. Did you see that in the news? Buttigieg, you went to D.C. with our tax dollars, and we got these insane people running our country. 2 men having a baby, and then they can't come into work. And while we have this transportation crisis in America, they're trying to figure out how we're going to breastfeed the baby. Okay, I mean, I don't know if it's something new or what. I mean, but you know, I know God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So what we have, and Janet, you know, you called him the Honorable Buttigieg. I mean, you might find a person like that honorable. You know, that might be your moral. That's where you're at morally, but I mean, our country wasn't built on these kind of people. It just wasn't. So we have a big moral problem in America, and it's going to come out Saturday. You're going to have you go down there and you look at they're going to be all white people. You're going to have Hispanics and you're going to have blacks, but you're going to have 90% of those people down there are going to be white people down at the Gay Pride Parade, walking around with no clothes on, painted up with. I mean, they look like animals. I mean, I said, this is a big psych ward. It's a big psych ward we're living in. I mean, you got to be mentally retarded, brain dead, half out of your mind to go out there and to watch this whole thing unfold and what people are doing. And they call this, I guess, you know, it says, you know, like it says, the pleasure of sin is only for a season. In Leviticus, when it's used about men with men and women with women, it uses the word confused. And it's the Hebrew word kan, meaning two, and the word fuse. You take 2 things that were not meant for one another and you try to fuse them together. God created man and woman. Our society has successfully divided the family, pitched the men against the women against the men, divided us as a nation. Our children don't have no parents, and it's just totally out of control. And then I was doing some research on this monkey virus. Do you know that this monkey virus was created to kill off black males, specifically, genetically? You can go watch the documentation. Go listen to the people and go Google it and read it. If you haven't looked at it, go look at it. I mean, Farrakhan's aware of it. He's in his star. He's going to put it out. I mean, this stuff was created because the black male doesn't go along to get along. They're not going to go along to get along with the white way. It ain't going to work. And so what happens is, Benjamin Franklin said, rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. It's on your $100 bill, rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God.
Thank you.
We have one person on Zoom. Matthew Issel, if you'd raise your hand in the Zoom application. and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address the commission today. My name is Matthew Eisel. I live at 850 Seaview Drive in Crystal Beach.
Can you speak?
Our home
We can barely hear you. I don't know if that's on our end or your end.
must be on your end, I'm thinking.
That's better.
Try and speak up. So live at 850 Seaview Drive in Crystal Beach, Florida.
fine.
Our home backs up to Lake Chautauqua. The department has informed us of 2 limitations on our continued trimming of the riparian mangrove fringe behind our home. One is we cannot trim any mangroves waterward of our property line on land owned by the county. And 2, we cannot trim more than 65% of the mangroves. To the first point, the county claims that the code does not expressly or implicitly allow for trimming of mangroves on county-owned property. The code's very clear that we have the right to trim riparian mangrove fringe on government-owned property unless it was set aside for mitigation, conservation, or preservation. I've asked multiple times for documentation to support any of these, but the response is the county's attorney's office is confident in their position, and there is no need for further communication regarding this matter absent a legal challenge. To the second point, the county states having aerial photos that contradict an affidavit provided from a neighbor stating the mangroves had been trimmed previously. The county has not provided these aerial photos. When I look at the GIS website aerial photos available online from 1997, which is the furthest back I can find, compared to 2020, there's no discernible difference from my point of view. However, I know the aerials in 2020 are trim mangroves as we provided photos taken at eye level of the trimmings conducted from 2014 to 2020 when we reestablished a previous configuration allowed by exemption 3 and supported by the affidavit. The affidavit also states that trimming occurred as far back as the late 1980s. The department informed me their input is not appealable to this commission as allowed under the code since it's only their opinion. The code does state any person aggrieved by the findings of the department under this article may within 30 days of such findings petition for a hearing before the board. The department has told me they no longer wish to directly discuss these points and on multiple occasions informed me the only path forward is with a legal challenge. I'm not asking the commission to overrule the department, but rather compel the department to provide their supporting evidence that precludes the rights afforded to waterfront property owners to trim RMF on government-owned property and share the aerial photos dating back to the late 1980s that empirically refutes the affidavit provided from our neighbor who's lived across the street for 42 years. I don't want to sue the county without having some of the documentation that may support their findings or their opinion. So that's why I'm here asking for the commission to compel the department to provide that documentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isel. All right. That's all I have for citizens to be heard. We'll move to the consent agenda, items 5 through 15. Anything to be pulled? Or motion to approve?
Move approval.
Hold on.
12 and 15,
12 and 15.
just quick questions.
All right, is there a motion to approve the remainder?
Move approval. Second.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard, all consent except 12 and 15. We'll do a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Item number 12.
Yes, I was curious what the increase in either percentage or dollars were over the last contract.
So the old contract was 1.175 million. The new contract is 1.2 million. So that reflects a 2.1% increase. Okay, and so it has. So in essence, it went from $4.85 per claim to $5 per claim, and it provides for a maximum 3% cap for any of the renewal periods over the 3 years.
Okay. All right, great. And then on 15, who had the contract before? And kind of the same question. How much did this contract change?
So
dollar-wise?
I would actually ask that we defer that contract back. You asked a couple of questions regarding the amount. These are new, so they do a staff augmentation contract. We bid it out. We then go through the insurance and everything for them, and then when specific projects come up, then we bid that back to the individuals. But it doesn't contain a price sheet, which seems odd.
Yeah.
You know, and so you asked that question. Staff would like to revisit that and look at this contract.
Okay, and then I think we had multiple vendors before. That's what I was trying to figure out. If
And
I
they're,
thought we
some of
were
them,
single.
some of them are same, some of them are different. So it's hard to compare them
Yeah.
from that standpoint. But the absence of a price sheet, I think, makes sense for us to at least look at the contract and come back to you.
Okay.
When we have more time than what, you know, we had to discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Then I will move to approve agenda item 12 and defer agenda item 15.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Long. Further questions, discussion? We'll do a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda, item number 16. Mr. Administrator, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Item number 16 is a grant application for federal assistance submission for the airport, and this is to design new taxiways. This would be $637,000 from the FAA, $35,000 from FDOT, and $35,000 from us.
Questions or a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I don't have my,
I don't either.
Are you joined?
Nobody does. Oh,
I thought I did.
Three of us do.
yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes, too. There we go. Mine pulled it.
And it passes unanimously. Item 17.
This is a resolution authorizing the continuation of the $4.50 passenger facility charge at the airport.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Seal. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Mine's not coming up now. I'm a yes.
And it passes unanimously. Item 18.
Item 18 is conditional approval of funding for under the Penny for Pinellas Employment Sites Program. This is specifically for the Orange Station project that we previously discussed. Teresa's here and Dr. Cynthia Johnson is here, so they could come forward and provide just a brief update outlining a lot of the questions that you had regarding the framework of this agreement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Cynthia Johnson, Economic Development, and I have Teresa Brighton. Teresa is our redevelopment manager, and we brought back the Orange Station project for some additional information that you asked us to look into, and Teresa has a presentation she'll provide if you so need.
Commissioners? Commissioner Seal?
Thank you for the further clarification. It makes a lot more sense now. The only other thing that I had mentioned at the last meeting, and I know this would be extremely rare for government to do, but if they do very well with this project and start to make money, it would be nice if they decided that they could repay us or have us invest in other companies. So almost like a clawback, but I'm sure that's probably not possible, but it was just an idea.
Well, hopefully, if it's successful and everything goes well, then we will see that their phase 2 will be additional office space. And that also would be very, very beneficial, especially for our team, because we're in desperate need of Class A office space right now for our target industries.
Well, see, that's the other part, I guess, that puzzles me. It's almost like there's no Class A office space, you would think that this would be extremely attractive to the market. And in a way, why should we be investing in it since it would be extremely attractive to the market?
Extremely attractive to the market, but that's one of the things I've heard repeatedly from every place that I've been is that what they can get in office rent though isn't enough to build it. you know, and that's the reason for that gap. And I guess the real piece is if it's successful, then that would mean then future buildings would either need less subsidy or no subsidy to help drive, you know, that increase in that market area.
And this is not a continual subsidy that will be available forever, so.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Long?
could I just make an observation for the good of everyone?
Sure.
I find it interesting that we have such great expectations for success, and we always use the words, if we're successful. To me, that's almost like bad karma. We ought to be able to say when it's successful, and that way, it's a much, in my mind, much more positive outlook in terms of trying to move everything forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
It makes great sense to me.
Point well taken, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Further questions or discussion? Do you want to see the presentation, or is everyone good?
No, I think the only question really was the dollar value between what the city was paying and what the county was paying, and if we
Yeah.
were overlapping those funds.
All right. Great.
Did
All
Jay
right.
come today?
We do have somebody else. Will
Oh,
Conley
Jay's
is.
on vacation. We do
Yes.
have a representative from the development if we had additional questions.
I was just curious, because,
Okay.
yeah.
I have a motion from Commissioner Gerard to approve,
Second.
a second from Commissioner Flowers. Further questions or discussion? The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Thank you.
I'm a yes. We're working on it.
And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 19.
This is a affordable housing program loan approval for Whispering Pines Apartments at by the Pinellas Affordable Living. And so this is total cost is $5.5 million. And again, this is available from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
I'll move approval. Oh,
Motion
second.
by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I'm a yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 20.
This is a non-competitive purchase agreement with Pinellas Community Foundation, and they're going to help us with our nonprofit capital projects fund program. And Dugan is in the audience, so we're happy to see this get going.
Move approval, but one comment. It said in the backup that there was a needs assessment done and that it was attached, but I couldn't find it. So if you could just send that to us for
Needs
records.
assessment? Okay.
Thank
I
you.
saw Doug in here in the
Laura?
corner.
I will second the motion. That was a motion, right?
We have a motion by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Gerard.
No, it's
Anyone want further questions or any other information? What's our timeline?
Last week.
Yes, we do understand that. It's going to take them a little time to get up, to get the criteria that we're going to evaluate against. They're going to bring that back to you, and then get that out the door. So there's going to be a time period for this implementation. But like with any capital project, it's not as easy as throwing it out there. We've got to review the financials. We've got to review the submissions. And so we have to get all of the program in place. So there will be a timeline. I'm going to come back to you with a more specific timeline. We may be able to make it, I know, we may be able to make it back for a work session here in July, but frankly, I want to meet with Dugan and staff before I agree to that because I want to see the pieces to that. But we're pushing hard to move this very, very quickly.
So is that the answer that we give people when they're asking us?
Yep.
Because everybody is asking
Very
weekly
Stay,
basis.
stay tuned, yes.
Well,
Mr.
okay,
Chair.
but
Commissioner Gerard.
We should tell him to call Duggan.
yeah, Doug,
And his phone number is, no, I just wanted to thank the Community Foundation for stepping up again. It's very helpful.
And the expenditure to do all of the work that they're doing?
Is just over $1 million.
Okay. Further questions or discussion? We had a motion and a second, I believe. All right. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes 5-1. Item 21.
grant agreement with, between Pinellas County and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and this is for the acquisition of the Gladys Douglas property.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Seal. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 22.
It's a road transfer interlocal agreement with the city of St. Petersburg, and this is for the road segment of 62nd Avenue North.
So they're going to be responsible for those potholes now by Rutland Plaza?
Yes.
Excellent.
As long as it's in that segment.
I love it.
Then it's all theirs.
Questions, or is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 23.
This is an agreement with Badger Meter to install the advanced metering infrastructure system for the water and the reclaimed water utilities, as we've discussed at the work session, in the amount of $62.8 million.
I have a question. And I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Peters.
I didn't ask this at the workshop, but if somebody doesn't want that on their home, do they still have to pay for it?
Well, I'd ask Meg, I was really gonna ask Hillary to come up because and give Megan a break, but she's coming up into her last day of working. I don't think she should really be here,
Just in
but
case I have to,
You
you
should
know,
be
run
home
out.
resting.
Hillary's
Know what
here.
happened?
Megan Ross, Director of Utilities, thank you. So on the water side, the drinking water side, it is at no cost to the customer because there's currently meters installed at those homes, so it's a replacement. On the reclaimed water side, I don't know if that was part of the question. We are gonna be moving to a metered rate for reclaimed water as part of this project. So I don't know that there's going to be an option to say
Not
no
to
to
it?
that and to remain on the flat rate.
Okay, all right. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm not sure if we had a motion on that.
No. Was it?
Nope. All right.
Oh, I make a motion, I motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers,
Second.
second by Commissioner Long. Further discussion? Do you have a card?
Can I please speak on?
Sure. Come on up. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you.
David Ballard Geddes Jr., I live at Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Based on the court case, Supreme Court Case 96332, ratifying the reclaimed water bonds, as well as Resolution 95286 of the county, stating in there is an unlimited use of reclaimed water. Now we're changing the format to where it's a metered use of reclaimed water and an additional charge imposed upon the already, what I feel, despotic charge on my water bill for a water privilege that I expressly have denied for years now. The reclaimed water availability fee based on statute 15311 is a direct bond charge. It provides no service. With that being said, I feel as though long-standingly so, we're getting set up on this water issue, and now this additional metering charge being applied to an already availability fee charge to support an ad hoc third-party contrivance is concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, we had a motion and a second. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes 5-1. Item 24.
And this is a companion item, and this is for the information technology software. It's integrating.
Excuse me.
Integrating the two. $3.6 million.
Questions, discussion, or motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously. I'm sorry, passes 5-1. All right, item 25.
These are appointments to the CurSource board, to appointment of 2 business seats and appointment of 2 workforce seats.
Move approval.
Second.
That's correct. We have 2 and 2. All right. I'm sorry, motion by Commissioner Seal, second by
Commissioner Long.
Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 26.
These are reappointments to the Career Source Board. You have 7 reappointments.
And they were all supported by the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 27.
And I failed to mention, Steve is in the audience if you have any additional questions. Item 27 is a memorandum of understanding between the Career Source and the Florida Department of Education and Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. This is a renewal.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 28.
And finally, this is the program year 22-23 planning budget for Career Source.
Questions or a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Item 29.
Agreement with Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay for the Lellman Community Redevelopment Area Housing Programs. This contract will allow Habitat for Humanity to administer the Housing Investment Program and Rebuild Together to administer the Housing Rehabilitation Program. Together, they'll be eligible for funding that'll help offset the cost of building new single-family homes in the Lellman area. Both programs combined under the contract would equal $3.6 million, and these are coming out of the CRA funds.
Commissioner Gerard.
Do we know how many units we're talking about rehabbing? Just wondered.
Chris is on his way up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, how many homes are we projecting? How many rehabs? I think those are good basic questions.
Yeah, for the rehabilitation, it would obviously depend on the scope of work for each particular property. All are eligible for up to $50,000.
Okay.
And so that would probably be around the 35 home mark for our TTB, and similar numbers for the new construction. Habitat would be eligible for up to $55,000 per home. $15,000 would go toward a construction cost subsidy, and then depending on the type of property they acquire, they could either get $25,000 toward the land acquisition or $40,000. The $40,000 would go toward properties that are have been identified as severely blighted or some of the heavily liened properties. So we've increased the amount there in hopes that they'll be able to tackle some of those properties that are sort of stuck in the redevelopment system.
Great.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Flowers.
Since this is in the Lellman community within our purview, and we are certainly working towards persons that may have properties with extensive liens, we have control right over not having those liens come into play, and we're just paying for the, I'm sorry.
We're just paying the hard cost.
Yeah, I just, since
So-
it's ours, we can.
You're
If it's
correct,
a property that
Commissioner.
we foreclosed on.
Yeah.
You're correct, Commissioner. What you approve with the lien program is that we can negotiate with those properties.
Okay.
Although the cap is $20,000, residential, $100,000 in commercial,
Okay.
but we can negotiate, and we have the ability to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions?
Move
Moore?
approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. Item 30.
And that's a companion item declaring 5 fee-owned county properties as surplus, approval for and donating the properties to Habitat for Humanity.
Move approval.
Second, I have a question.
Motion by Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Long. Commissioner Flowers.
Are any of these properties one of the 11 that we just kind of moved through previously, looking at our housing?
Oh, you mean
I
the-
mean, looking
the
at our
50
land stock?
properties?
Yeah.
I don't.
This is none of
I
them?
don't think
Okay.
I think so. This is probably some of the D&D
Okay.
Yeah.
lots.
I'm just asking to see if, you know,
Absolutely.
where people are moving on those or not.
Instead of me answering, we'll have Mr. Moore
Oh,
answer.
that's fine.
They were, the CRA was similarly taking a look at properties that the county owned within its borders, and so we worked with Real Property to make sure that these properties weren't on the other list that went before
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions or discussion? The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Two good agenda items. Keep the important work happening in Lemon, so we appreciate that. Item 31, County Attorney.
Yes, this item is for the ratification of the litigation initiated in the Pinellas County v. Terrell Coley case. And I can report that we did litigate that case. It was approved by the chair, so this would be the vote for ratification on that. And the county did take custody of the animals in that situation.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Gerard. Further discussion? Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimously. County Attorney reports.
We have no report, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Item 33, County Administrator reports.
No report. We're working on budgets.
Really?
See you tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah, we know.
All right. Item 34, appointment to the Solid Waste Technical Committee. Commissioner Seal.
I was going to move Tracy Meehan, but I did have a question. I thought we just appointed her to this.
2018.
Mr. Chair, I do have a ballot for that.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have a ballot because we have
Oh, I didn't bring it down.
3
You know, Jill.
eligible.
Eligible, yeah.
But didn't we,
Jill, are you-
we appointed Tracy to something with solid waste?
I don't know the answer to
It
that.
says, but I wasn't here then.
Yeah, it's certainly possible that she serves on another board. I don't remember. We'll give her a second to tally the votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For item 34, appointment to the Solid Waste Technical Management Committee, the Board of County Commissioners has chosen Tracy Meehan with a vote of 5-1.
Very good. Congratulations. Item 35, County Commission new business or committee reports or anything for the good of the order. Commissioner Seal.
Just a quick report on the Ford Pinellas Board meeting on June the 8th. We now have an adopted fiscal year 22 to 27 transportation improvement program with multimodal transportation priorities of Pasadena Avenue and 22nd Street South St. Pete Complete Streets project. We had quite a bit of discussion, but we removed, at least for now, the Clearwater Memorial Causeway busway, as well as PSTA transit along State Road 60 from Tampa Airport to Clearwater Beach. Primarily were removed due to lack of operating funds by PSTA, particularly to initiate the service to Tampa International. We also had a discussion about Duke Energy overpasses because there had been 2 overpasses, one at Gulf Bay and one at State Road 580 that we were planning to do, but they had a discussion. We had a discussion about the overhead power lines and that Duke Energy had some hesitation about that. Since then, we've asked Duke Energy to come back to Ford Pinellas, have that discussion because we were all kind of like, what's going on? And so I know Duke Energy has reached out to me and they're doing some research in that regard. And just other presentations, but we also adopted a downtown St. Pete mobility study, part of which will create 2 one-way streets, and part of is to have further discussions about I-175 in future years. whether that expressway is still needed or whether it needs to be reconstructed, et cetera. That was a brief overview.
Thank you. Commissioner Gerard, anything?
When we were talking about the puppy stores, we said that we would come back to talk about
Money,
that's-
Yep.
Can we have Mr. Brightwell look at other statutes where they're banning the sale of rabbits? Because it seems like there is hundreds and hundreds of rabbits being released into the wild.
I agree.
Okay. Okay. I hate to do that to him, but yes, I think we need to look at it. They're probably even more vulnerable than puppies.
All right,
And
is
get
there
released
consensus to have that come back
wild
as a work
or-
session or a staff task to review? All right, we'll make that happen.
Got it.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Duran?
Nope.
Commissioner Peters, anything?
Nope.
Commissioner Flowers?
No, you did all of the things for Career Source today.
All right, Commissioner Long?
Yes, I do have one thing that just for informational purposes, I wanted to make everybody aware of because it directly impacts potentially the conversation we were having with David Green at the beginning of our meeting today, and it has to do with this new thing that the Hart Board has come up with in terms of demanding that we change the 20-plus year formula for splitting federal transit capital funds in the Tampa Bay region. I believe Commissioner Flowers is aware of this as well because they talked about it in the legislative committee. But this initiative is being led by the chair, Commissioner Pat Kemp, who wants PSTA, Pasco, and T-Barter to reduce their split of funding and give more to Hillsborough. They have, this is important because they have.
Answer for that.
What?
I have an answer
sorry.
for that.
Yeah, well, they have contacted the governor's office, which is what I wanted to make everybody aware of.
Up to the governor.
And Congresswoman Castor and the Federal Transit Administration. Both the feds and the state have said it is not their issue, it's up to the locals to decide. Hart is correct that we can choose whether or not to mess around with that formula, but again, keep in mind, it's been in place for between 20 and 25 years. I'm not exactly sure the length of time. If we want to choose a different formula, if we all want to. But the key is that every year, all four entities, Pinellas, T-Barta, PSTA, and Hart, must agree on the split. If just one of them refuses to agree, it holds up everybody else's money. So the Hart Board members cannot believe that Pinellas gets nearly the same amount of federal funds as they do, despite their population advantage. That's because the formula also very strongly considers the size and efficiency of the transit system, as well as the density of that county, and that PSTA is currently about 1/3 bigger than Hart. So this could be very damaging to PSTA. They could lose $20 million a year if the formula is somehow changed. Money, which, by the way, PSTA is using to invest in the new electric bus fleet that's part of their goals and objective. So as we talk about moving regionally throughout the region, I think it's important to remember who our partners really are. I'll just
Right.
let it lay there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the Hillsborough County people need to remember who their partners are. This is absurd, especially when they're in the process of putting a referendum on their ballot for transportation tax. Why would they want to mess with that formula now before they find out whether they have that or not? And
Just thought it was
the
important
answer
to
is
mention.
no, will be no.
And it's my understanding that Hart
That's the
has a
starting
number of
and ending
issues.
point right there.
They've always had
Hart
issues.
has a number of issues, so I guess their relevancy is still up in the air.
They couldn't even make payroll a little
But thank you for the information.
Yes,
All right.
thank
That's
you.
all I
Anything
can say.
further?
Right.
Anything else, Commissioner Long?
I think that'll do it for
All
today.
right. Just FYI, the Tourist Development Council met this morning. So that's 4 days for me in the Palm Room, but and approved a list of elite event funding, which you'll see, I assume, soon. And the other thing the TDC did this morning was recommend additional funding for sand for our nourishment fund. It was requested for 1/4 or half of a half, 1/4 of a penny to be added into this year's budget for all intents and purposes is for the reserves for sand nourishment projects. The initial motion was for a half a penny, additional half penny for a full penny for a permanent funding ordinance change, but after discussion it got brought back down to 1/2 of 1 penny for this year with the request for that discussion every year. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, ma'am.
are you at liberty? I received a call saying that the TDC did not fund the MLK Parade in St. Pete. Are you at liberty to share why? Because that's been a partnership for years, and that is a critical part. Did not fund the MLK events that we have in St. Pete.
The way the elite events are done is a staff evaluation with the application with certain points for checking certain boxes and things. And that event did not score the points. The TDC board was aware of that today. And in the communication that was also in the elite funding recommendations will be that the encouragement that the staff and or the Board of County Commissioners find a way to fund that event, either by a waiver of our criteria for elite funding or by funding from another source.
I don't want us to do anything that, is out of the ordinary, but this is a huge event. It's the largest, it's been billed as the largest in the nation with the exception of the years of COVID, done on a string of volunteers. Folks aren't really paid. I mean, I volunteer my time to help put that on. And so I sincerely hope that if it's a way that we can find either for them to make corrections, veer them in another way of funding or what have you, that maybe we find a way to do that, because when I got the text, it was really a blow to the group, because that's a strong partnership,
Could we go back, Mr. Chair, and ask them to reconsider?
Well, I think we can. It's at this point, it's in our hands, and so we certainly have the ability to, when it comes to us, alter that. There was some, and I think that's what's happened in years past. But I think there was some concern about how they were requesting the funds for what activities, and that maybe if it had been the application had been a little bit different, it might have been a little different. But we can get staff to get with background on you.
Yeah, I didn't get all the particulars. Yeah. I just got hey, we got some real bad news today.
Yeah, I think the TDC, every member was like shocked and trying to find a way, but without a waiver of the guidelines, this particular board was limited in their ability to act.
Okay, so I hope we can find a way to.
Well, if we do something like that, I'd want to know all the other ones that didn't get funded and what the scoring was, and I'd want a whole lot more information before we just decide to fund something.
We're not deciding today, and you'll see the full list. I think I'm guessing, but let's say 30 applications, and I think 27 were funded. So there's only a couple that did not receive what they requested. So,
does the city of St. Pete fund that parade?
I don't know off the top
The
of my
city
head.
of St. Pete provides the funds for the sanitation. The money that they give them in turn pays for sanitation. The fire department, because they have to have the ambulance units, the EMTs, and the police.
Got it. They're doing in kind.
And then the fencing that has to be there. That's what their money in turn covers that.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And the staff over there are all new, if I'm not mistaken,
Staff where?
at the TDC.
No.
No, they're
Not at all. No. Not at all.
Okay.
But when that comes to us, we can have a full healthy discussion on it.
I appreciate
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
consideration.
It was a thoroughly discussed this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate the consideration.
That's all I had. Anything else?
Which is it?
All right, we're in recess till 6 o'clock. we'll come back to order, and if you've been here early, you get to hear a little live chat with the commissioners, so that's a nice plus for you if you're here in the room early. So, all right, 6 p.m. presentations. Item number 36, we have a presentation from the Youth Advisory Committee. Commissioner Peters, would you like to introduce?
Actually, I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Very good. Please come forward. Leah and...
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Leah Wissing. I'm part of the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm the vice
Could you
chair.
lean in and
Yes,
speak a
sorry,
little
is that
louder,
better?
please?
Is that
That's
good?
better.
Okay. Hi, I'm Leah Wissing. I'm the vice chair of the Youth Advisory Committee for this year, hopefully chair next year. I'm just going to go over what we did this year and, what we did this year and what we accomplished, so.
And who is your friend next to you?
Oh, sorry, this is.
Hello, I'm JP Gellerman, the UF IFAS Extension Director in Moral Support.
Welcome.
So,
IFAS, oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying IFAS with, okay.
Different role.
So this year, our chair was Nia. She's not here because she is sick, but I'm here. I'm the vice chair, Leah Wissing, and then my co-vice chair was Shante, and then our secretary is Sachi. So what have we been up to? But this year, we kind of did things a little bit differently. In years past, we really I don't know how to explain it, but this year we kind of focused on 4 main topics. So in years past, we really just focused on mental health, but people had multiple issues in the county that they saw this year. So we kind of incorporated those into 4 subcommittees, which I'll get into later. So meeting locations this year, we like to go to different areas in the county and kind of explore new places. I know before I came to YAC, I never really went to any of these places. I didn't know where they were and what they were, but now I do. We went to Whedon Island, which is one of my favorite places, but I'm a little biased because I just love environmental science. We went to Animal Services, which everybody loves because the dogs and the cats, and we've been there for 2 hours after a meeting and just staying in there playing with the cats. It's so much fun. Walsingham Park, it's so nice. We like going to the parks because you kind of get out and you're in the classroom all day, so going out and seeing nature and seeing what our beautiful county has, it's very nice. Eagle Lake Park, and then the extension office, and then also Lake Seminole Park, which is very nice because that's close to my house. Our committees this year were the Education Committee. We kind of picked 2 committees this year that we really focused a topic on, but Education was not one of them. But next year, Education and Pinellas Community Vitality will definitely probably be one of our top 2 topics, so we didn't focus on that this year. We also did Sustainability, which was my favorite because I was the chair of that committee. We did a tree planting for that. It was a lot of fun. I wasn't able to make it because I had prior plans, but we were able to plant, how many trees?
32.
32 trees, so making sure we have better air in Pinellas County. Also mental health, which is a huge topic that we really support because Commissioner Peters, that's one of her main viewpoints and her standpoints. So we really try to work that into YAC, and because it's a huge issue, especially for teenagers. I mean, we see it at school, we see everything going on. It's sad, honestly. And then also community vitality. So the way that we kind of got into these committees was that at our first meeting, we kind of had everybody do a pre-work kind of thing, tried to get ready for YAC. So everybody kind of found a topic in the county that they were really they felt strongly about. And so mine was red tide, sustainability. But we kind of worked those in. Everybody kind of had similar topics, so we kind of made 4 subcommittees that we found were the best. Volunteer days, so we did do Valentine's Day card making, which we've done in years past for the senior citizens. We find that they love it. They love seeing what we make them. We get creative. We go there. It's kind of a fun team building thing. We like it. Use glitter. And then also the tree planting, which was our main event, our main thing this year. 32 trees. It's awesome in my opinion. And then also in a little bit, we have a CPR certification training so that everybody, hopefully in YAC, can become CPR certified to protect everybody around us. This is pictures from the tree planting. As you can see, people are getting hard at work planting those trees. That was on May 7th. And then also, this was from the Valentine's Day card decorating on February 8th. So you can see everybody being creative. And then in the community, like I said, in years past, we kind of focused on mental health. So this year, we tried to incorporate multiple issues in the community into our overall mission of YAC, which is to better Pinellas County's youth and be the voice. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I will answer them.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, I have a few questions, actually. And my first one is, What school do you go to?
I go to Largo High School.
And what were some of the other schools that the other students came from?
We come from all over the county, from Eastlake, Palm Harbor, all the way to St. Pete, private schools, CCC, all over the county is where people come from.
And how many students did you have in your class?
In Yak, we had about 34 to start off with. Sometimes people move and stuff, so we ended up having, I think, around 28. So
Wonderful. Good
yes.
job, Commissioner Peters.
It's them, not me.
Yeah, but I mean, from where you started until now, that's grown that program tremendously.
Next year will be great.
Yes, I'm so
They got lots of plans for next year. Next year will be great.
Fabulous, fabulous.
Yes.
Further questions?
No, thanks for coming.
Of course. Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Of course.
All right, moving on to our public hearings. Item number 37, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 37 is a proposed resolution revising the solid waste tipping fee for fiscal years 2023 through 2025. The public hearing was properly advertised and affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
I have no cards. Is there anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Gerard. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Still in there. Sorry.
And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 38, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 38 is a proposed ordinance amending Chapter 42 of the Pinellas County Code, adopting a tenant's bill of rights, requiring the provision of information renters' rights under federal, state, and local law, prohibiting discrimination based on source of income, and requiring notice of late fees. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 23 emails in opposition have been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
In opposition?
How many in opposition?
23.
All right.
20.
We've received, I think, another 40 in favor of it today in our office. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Mr. Administrator, we have a presentation.
Yes, I'll ask Carol to come forward and kind of outline the topics for discussion here.
Good afternoon. I do have a presentation. I'm going to update it a little bit as we speak, based upon some revisions that we're proposing that I'll go over. This is the Tenant Bill of Rights, Source of Income Anti-Discrimination, and Notice of Late Fee Ordinance. And its purpose is to reduce evictions and homelessness by providing protection to residential tenants in Pinellas County through notification of renter rights, late fees, and protection from income discrimination. In preparing this ordinance, we've done a significant amount of stakeholder engagement, particularly with the Bay Area Apartment Association. Mr. Garduno and I have spoken at least 3 or 4 times and have had a good dialogue about their position. And you'll see that we've been able to accommodate some of the changes in the recommendations this evening. But we've also talked to other stakeholders, the Homeless Leadership Alliance, the housing authorities who are affected by the housing anti-discrimination provisions, and then the municipalities with regard to the applicability of the ordinance. Also, I just wanted to note it's been a team effort. I've got a number of folks here this evening that can answer questions if I'm not able to. Planning Manager Evan Johnson, Assistant County Attorney Ann Morris, Jeffrey Lorick, Director of the Office of Human Rights, Doug Templeton, Chief Inspector from Consumer Protection, and Code Enforcement Manager Jude Reason. So this ordinance is based upon the approach taken in Hillsborough County. Locally, there is Tampa, Hillsborough, and St. Petersburg in the Tampa Bay area that have adopted the ordinance. We chose to mirror the provisions in Hillsborough County in preparing the ordinance. As I mentioned, it was modified, and those modifications were sent out to you last Friday. I do have some hard copies here available for the board or the public if they're needed, and I'll just go over those. And then I'll also highlight a couple of areas where we're not mirroring the St. Petersburg ordinance, and I'll discuss those areas as to why we're not including those provisions. So, this is an ordinance amending Chapter 42 of the Pinellas County Code. That's the chapter that deals with consumer protection. And I'll just go over the major provisions of the ordinance. One clarification in the amended ordinance, kind of right off the top, is a question was asked if this applied to short-term rentals. And that means rentals with a duration of 30 days or less. Inquiry came from one of the municipalities in the beach communities. It was not our intent to apply to those short-term kind of vacation rentals, so we've made that clarification. So the central provision of the first section is requiring that tenants receive a notice of rights that identifies what protections they have available to them under federal, state, and local law. And this is something that the board did see back in April when we did a work session. There was a document that Human Services prepared that provided a really good overview of tenant rights. We've distributed those in the community and placed them on the website, so we already have a good basis for the notice of rights. That document would be something that the county would prepare and provide to landlords. One change in your ordinance is it provides that notice of rights must be approved by the county administrator. In the Hillsborough County ordinance, they brought that back to their Board of County Commissioners for a resolution. But since the board had already seen that document essentially in its form, we're having that done administratively. Another provision where we're recommending a change is the timing of when that notice of rights must be given by the landlord to the tenant. And this was based upon some of the input that we got from Bay Area Apartment Association. There's some ambiguity there. So we've made it much more flexible in section 42434B that the notice simply must be provided prior to commencement of the rental term. So that could be any time between application, signing of lease, but commencement of the rental term when they actually take occupancy of that particular apartment. The next section is the anti-discrimination. That is an expansion of the county code, and it primarily relates to prohibiting discrimination based upon public assistance. For purposes of conversation, I'll probably be talking primarily about housing choice vouchers, which are issued by the housing authorities in Pinellas County, but there are other forms of public assistance from other sources, including veterans, and those are listed under the definitions of lawful source of income in the ordinance.
Carol, if I could just stop you for just
Yes,
a sec.
sir.
The attachment you sent us last Friday, the sections that you have in blue,
Those are the additions from what was published in Legistar.
but those are not, not in blue is the original ordinance, or that's what's currently in our code?
That's the ordinance that we put in Legistar and originally proposed.
All right. So all of this, the entire is new language. It's
all new.
Right.
All right. I just want to make sure, because you've got to change to something we haven't changed yet, so I want to make sure that I'm on the same page.
Yes, sir. It's all new language for
right.
County
That's-
Code Chapter 42.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
If anybody needs a copy, I have copies.
Thank you for that clarification. So we did propose a couple of clarifications, again, based upon input. The first is to 42435B, which makes it clear that there's no duty for a landlord to repair a unit based upon an inspection. And what that is when a tenant presents a housing choice voucher, there's a process by which the housing authority performs an inspection against their standards. And as a condition of accepting that voucher, repairs might need to be made. Those standards are different, for example, from Florida Building Code. It was not the county's intent to require further repairs as a result of this ordinance. That's a requirement of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So we made that clear that the county is not, by purposes of this ordinance, asking landlords to make repairs.
But those repairs might be required under a different requirement, but not ours.
Correct.
All right, well, they should understand that we're not relieving them of that responsibility. That's just not our requirement.
Right.
All right.
And when they seek those, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
And once they enter into those programs, prior to them being approved for those programs, they are informed of what the responsibilities are of them as a landlord, and the fact that those entities have an inspector to come in prior to the person's taking occupancy, and then that they have an opportunity to call, say, the housing authority, should things continue in disarray for follow-up inspections. So none of this, I'm just sharing, none of this impedes any of that.
No, it's simply saying the county
Right.
is not part of that process. The other provision that relates to those inspections that was in the St. Petersburg ordinance was a timing issue with those inspections. And specifically, the way that it was put into the St. Petersburg ordinance that we've mirrored in the changes that you're seeing is that it's not a violation of the ordinance if essentially the inspection takes more than a certain period of time, so that the landlord is no longer under the obligation of this ordinance to rent that unit. In St. Petersburg, it was 5 business days. And I did have conversations with both the Pinellas County Housing Authority and the St. Petersburg Housing Authority with Larry Gonzalez there. Because of their business process, they said that typically they perform those inspections in 10 to 14 days, that 5 days was not a reasonable standard for those inspections. So we've reflected that but agree that there should be a standard. That standard would be 10 business days under our recommendation. And the reason for that is not to leave a unit vacant for an extended period of time or require that rent be foregone because of the delay.
Commissioner Peters has a question.
So
ma'am.
on that 10-day, or if you left it at 10 days, on that 10 days, that prevents them from renting it for those 10 days?
That's correct.
Okay. So it potentially makes them lose a week or two of rent if we
yes,
can't
but-
do it in like 7 days. Like
That-
7 days is 1 week, 10 days takes away 2 weeks from that.
And that's the level of service that the housing authorities feel that they can reasonably provide.
Further questions? Okay.
Okay,
I'm
I
sorry.
do have just
Commissioner Long has a question.
Well, and when you say that they feel they can reasonably provide, is that because they don't have enough people to do the work, or?
When I
I
talked to
mean, what is
Pinellas,
the reason they can't do it sooner?
when I talked to Pinellas County Housing Authority, it was a combination of things. One is they primarily use an outside vendor, as many inspections do because of staffing issues, and the vendor's not able to provide that level of service. They also do perform some inspections with their staff when inspections are needed, but it is a staffing issue for them.
Commissioner Gerard.
Seems like the whole point of contracting that out is to have it happen faster than 2 weeks. That's a long time.
Carry on.
Thank you. And then the final part of the ordinance is the written notice of late fees. So at the time a late fee is imposed, the landlord's under an obligation through a variety of means outlined in the ordinance to inform that tenant that the late fee has been applied. And typically those late fees are in people's leases, but this is that extra level of protection so that the tenant is notified that they're late and a fee has been applied.
So there was mention in another document that I was looking at about a 3-day notice when somebody does not pay their. Why do we need something different? They already have it in their lease, and it's in that 3-day notice that you're delinquent on your rent. I don't understand why we need another notice.
Well, this creates the ability for a direct notice of the late fee itself. We're not involved in the business process. The 3-day notice is a statutory requirement related to delinquent rents, eviction. And this really is trying to get to the tenant before that 3-day notice and let them know that they're delinquent in their rent and that there's a fee.
But they're probably not going to get it before 3 days. I mean, do they go around passing out late fees the day after you miss your payment day?
It's specified in the lease, and Mr. Garduno can probably speak to that period of time.
Okay.
So those are what's in front of you this evening with those additions. I would like to touch on a couple of provisions that are in the St. Petersburg ordinance that I'm sure the board would like to discuss this evening. It's not part of our recommended ordinance, but just wanted to outline those for you. One is a provision in the St. Petersburg ordinance related to insurance requirements. Essentially what that says, if accepting vouchers would increase the cost of insurance for a policy that's been in place for a year, that there would not be an obligation to accept those vouchers. This is a practice that we don't have a lot of information about. We have some anecdotal information. I did have one landlord call and share with me their insurance policy, but we don't have good information about how widespread that practice is among insurance providers and, essentially what the legal effect of that is. So if it's something the board wishes us to consider, we'd like an opportunity to learn more about that to make a good recommendation to you. The other...
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Duran.
I would like to look into that just because, if they can't afford the insurance, they're not going to take the vouchers anyway. I mean, that's a problem. So yeah, I'd like to look more into that. I understand that we don't have enough information, but
okay.
That's
Commissioner Peters.
And that provision, the insurance stuff, that has to do with them having them take so many vouchers.
Right.
And is that the same thing, that if they're forced to take unlimited amount of vouchers, it affects their insurance? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yes, that's what was related.
Okay, and that's not in the St. Petersburg ordinance?
Yes, it is.
in the St. Petersburg.
That's in the St.
It's in the St. Petersburg, but it's not before you this evening.
It's not in this proposal?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Pending further, review and data collection.
Yeah, I would like to look into that more.
Commissioner Flowers.
So they're saying the increase in their insurance for their property is because they're accepting a person with vouchers, and it would not just cover if they were accepting rentals, period?
That's what my understanding is. The insurance policy that was shared with me actually had that written in, that if they accepted more than 20% of their units were with vouchers, that their insurance would change or be canceled. And
so that's something
that's concerning.
That's concerning, and that's something to see about taking up on the state end, but
yeah,
because that's penalizing someone because if you own a property, you get your homeowners, and then you get all of the different reductions because you've done all of these wonderful things, putting in security systems, et cetera. And so if you're renting, whether you're renting market rate or a voucher, you're being paid whatever dollar amount you said that unit is. The voucher covers X amount, and then the individual pays whatever the difference is based on income or, depending on what program they're under. So they're all paying the same rent. It's just the money's coming from different places. So you're penalizing people for, I'm sorry.
Definitely discrimination.
I need another cup of coffee.
No.
I mean, it is discrimination.
Yeah, it's, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
And those are some of the concerns that we've heard from stakeholders like the Housing Authority, that we really needed to have a bigger discussion about what the impact of that provision is.
And so in the insurance policy that was shared with you, the language was actually there that said anything that's 20% or greater of.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we know what carrier that was?
I don't have that information
don't say
available,
citizens.
but it's an anecdotal example,
Right.
so, we really want to
And I
understand.
appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'd like to know how
I'd
often
raise that with the financial services department.
Yeah,
That just-
because that's clear.
That just
Yeah.
doesn't sound right.
It's just like going into a bank and you won't lend to me because I'm African American, but you want to sell me the house for the same amount, but you'll lend it to somebody else who's not African American.
That's a good analogy.
Yes.
Carry on.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other area that is in the St. Petersburg ordinance has to do with the way that the income standard is calculated. It's different from what's proposed in the county's ordinance. And when I say income standard, when a tenant goes to lease an apartment, the landlord applies an income standard to ensure that they have sufficient income to afford that occupancy. In the Pinellas County ordinance, the income that they can use to apply that income standard is the portion of the rent that the tenant's responsible for. So they're not saying that the entire amount of rent is the times 3 or 2.5 or times 3 is the amount of income that tenant needs. In St. Petersburg, it's not a violation to deny a rental unit to a renter based upon that amount that they're able to pay, but it looks at kind of the total amount of the rent. And it's a little difficult to understand, but essentially the reason that we did not want to include those provisions is, the whole purpose of the housing voucher program is to provide a voucher subsidy which allows that tenant to afford the rent and afford to live in that unit. So the cash amount that they pay plus the subsidy is available to that landlord and should be, treated and considered as making them eligible to occupy that unit.
Commissioner Long.
So if I understand you correctly, when a person goes to apply to live in XYZ community, they undergo a credit check, I'm assuming, and part of that is the community wants to know where that money is coming from and feel a level of certainty that the person can afford to live there?
I would ask Mr. Garduno to talk about that when he comes up to make his remarks. Essentially, I'm familiar with the standard that the landlord has a requirement that they have income sufficient to cover 2 to 3 times their rent.
And so does the landlord care where the money is coming from, as long as the tenant can prove that they are receiving those dollars?
And that's essentially the provisions in the proposed ordinance before you this evening, is it should only look at the cash that the tenant's able to provide, and that they can't discriminate based upon other lawful sources of income if they're receiving other public assistance.
So, yeah, because people get income from a variety of different places. I don't care what individual it is. You can have 4 or 5 different sources of income, but what it adds up to is the primary factor here. Is that not correct?
Yes, and that's essentially what our ordinance is saying, is any
just
lawful.
wanna make sure I understood
Any
it
lawful source of income
correctly.
can be considered.
Commissioner Peters.
So if somebody has 0 income, this wouldn't apply?
That's
If somebody had, well, I don't know about 0 income, if they are, for example, typically the voucher is based upon 30% of that person's income. So if you have a housing choice voucher, those are available to people that make 50% or less of the area median income. And then the amount that they can afford to pay is essentially 30% of that income. So there may be circumstances where the voucher covers the entire portion of the rent.
So if it covered the entire portion of the rent, but then there's no income to pay the utility bills. So is that a possible scenario?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I guess that's concerning to me. Because if they can't pay the utilities, then, how does that fall? And if that were the case, couldn't everyone in Safe Harbor be eligible for one of these vouchers since they make zero income because they're homeless? And then they can't afford the utilities? That gets a little, I'm not sure.
Well, that gives me pause for a variety of reasons.
Right, lots of
There's all
reasons.
kinds of other things they probably can't afford to do either, like buy food.
Right.
Mr.
Right.
Burton. Carol, correct me if I'm wrong, but get clarity. They can look at all the income. What they can't do is say, you gotta have cash and not include the voucher as part of that income source. So you still have to show sufficient income to be able to afford the unit.
Okay.
Without the voucher?
With
Fair
the
portion
voucher,
of the
but
voucher.
you don't have to say, you don't have to rent to someone with they only have the voucher and no money to pay to live, okay? What it's really trying to get at is saying, you've got to have income to cover it all, and you can't include vouchers as a source of income. It's an anti-discrimination provision, but you still can disqualify someone if they don't have sufficient income to pay the other utilities and living expenses. So,
Amanda, would you agree?
Yes,
Okay, that's how this is defined for sure?
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Flowers.
currently, when an individual is going for a voucher, first of all, vouchers are limited. So there are only so many that are released, depending on the program. We see it oftentimes, it's senior voucher has opened up or multifamily voucher. So they only release so many at a time. It's more people out there that need them, but they only release so many at a time. They have a worksheet, a financial worksheet. And on that financial worksheet is where they put, if they get Social Security, disability, military benefits, pension, if they work, how much that is. And then they also have to provide, if they're working, those pay stubs or whatever to back up what that revenue is. But also on that worksheet is, like if a person's staying somewhere, what is your anticipated or projected amount for utilities? And then they break that out, water, electric, da-da-da-da. So that person, whoever it is, they have to do that worksheet and fill it all out. And all of that goes into their folder with their worker, plus that information is available to whoever the landlord person is. It's supposed to be made available so that they can see that the person, this is their total, this is what they have, and this is their projected total expenses. Now, the part that I'm a little worried about is because, before it was you pay first, last, and security, right? So if the rent was $1,200, you pay $1,200 for security, $1,200 for deposit. But now, some, not all, landlords are asking for 2 to 3 times the amount of what the rent is. So someone could potentially be caught in that trap as well. You're being asked to pay, and even in market rate, some people are having to come up with about $9,000 just to move in, because of your first and your security, your first, last, and security has to be about 3 times the amount. I'm sorry, your first and your security has to be 3 times, in some cases, about 3 times the amount of what your rent is. So that would give me pause, because a person, even with a voucher, still would not qualify because they can't pay the security deposit and maybe the last, or however that's worked out. I know that's not something here for today, but I just wanted to expound. It's not covered, but I just wanted to expound on that could be a situation where a person's not going to qualify because they can't come up with the first and last. Or when the worksheet is being done, their expenses still would tally more than even the revenue with the voucher or without the voucher. Sorry, I've been working on this for a while.
Carry on.
So,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jerome.
just the question, does the security deposit apply even when you have a voucher?
You're still supposed to pay your security,
And
yes, ma'am.
The full, just your part?
Yes,
double
ma'am.
Or triple your part of the rent? Okay, I got it.
So just a
Never
few more
occurred to me
features
before.
of the proposed ordinance. Code enforcement and consumer protection are authorized to enforce, and the violations are punishable by a fine of $500 per offense and each subsequent offense.
You do, I don't. So it helps.
In terms of applicability, when the ordinances were originally entered into legislature, there were two versions. One which was the unincorporated area only, one which was countywide, including the municipalities, except if a city opted out or it adopted their own ordinance, as is the case in St. Petersburg. We met with the city managers, Assistant County Administrator Jill Silverboard and I did. There was a mixed reaction. Overall, though, the feedback that I've gotten is they would rather see a consistent approach across the county so that there's not 3 or 4 different standards, or there's a standard in the unincorporated area and you have a Pinellas Park address, but you're not, it can become very confusing. This still allows the city to adopt their own ordinance or certainly to opt out if they so choose to do so. And then the final thing that I wanted to touch on was just implementation. If this is passed with the countywide applicability, certainly we'd coordinate with the municipalities. In working with the team that I mentioned, we have the intent to form an implementation team so that as the ordinance would become into effect on October 3rd, the county staff would be working to make sure that the public education occurs, that we have a business process to respond to any complaints without duplication. And then finally, we would do public education outreach. Bay Area Apartment Association has agreed to host us for a webinar or webinars with their landlords to educate them. And certainly we would provide information to the housing authorities and on our website. And that concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Gerard.
Just one question about the cities preferring a countywide. Is that what I heard you say?
Some. Some. It
Okay,
was.
of
It
course,
really
some.
was mixed.
Particularly with the city of St. Pete, which already has one, would they be willing to adopt whatever or are they only going to be in if we do exactly the same thing that they did?
Well, as it stands, since they've adopted their own, their ordinance would continue to be in effect.
You're talking about St. Pete.
City of St. Petersburg. And in making the changes that we are recommending, we're trying to make them similar in a way that makes sense for the county.
Right.
But, and we have talked with them about what they're proposing to do. And one thing I did want to mention is they did share with us that they're working on a notice of rent increase provision as an additional ordinance to bring forward where they would require
really good.
30 or 60 days. And it is our intent to follow along with that and bring that back to the board if that's your wish.
And it's my understanding they don't have this late fees part, or is that just a separate ordinance? Because ours is very detailed. It goes on and on.
They do have the provision for late fees.
It's like, can you just say we need to tell them? I mean, it's
very cumbersome.
prescriptive. Yeah.
Commissioner Seal.
When you say mixed in the fact that they didn't care for it, or they had additional suggestions to add to it, to strengthen it, or?
It was really, some were very willing to fall under the county's ordinance. Some would prefer the option of having their council make a decision to opt in. Probably the individual communities that I'm thinking of are areas where there's less applicability, sort of the Seminole, Bel Air, Bluffs area, that they were like, we don't see that this would necessarily need to apply to us.
Further questions? All right, we've got County Attorney.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I'm not sure. I think this is in the draft that was handed out, but we are also recommending that we're going to replace the word landlord with person, and we've got a definition of person, just to make it very clear that it could be a condo association or a rental group or something. So I just wanted to make sure that before we get in, finish the discussion, that was clear. And then, of course, the way that it's currently drafted, municipalities would be able to opt out if they chose that they didn't want to be covered with it, if we adopt it to be countywide.
Commissioner Long.
And if you don't mind sharing with me, and how are the municipalities going to be aware that we have taken this action if that's what we do tonight?
Well,
We'll send it to them. And one, they were, made aware at the meeting for those that attended, but,
Did they all attend?
no.
No, but there was an email that went out as well to the
Yeah.
city, so we would do the same and make sure that they were aware that.
And this takes 90 days for it
The
takes
October
effect.
3rd is the effective date, so that would give them sufficient time to opt out before the ordinance goes into effect.
Do we have a 3-day notice of what we have to tell the cities? Sorry.
So if we're going to look, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Peters.
If we're going to look into the insurance part, are we ready to do this tonight?
No.
Yeah, I don't feel like we're ready to do this tonight.
I don't think staff is ready. Commissioner Flowers.
So for
Should we
the
even address
portion,
that in here?
for the portion that deals with notifying of a rent increase, which I support. I'm going to give an example, and then you tell me if this piece is included in the language. There were a few landlords who were very sympathetic and did not go up on rents during COVID. And I received this phone call from a couple of persons in one complex, but they did go up on their rent a couple of months ago. And the amount that they went up on their rent would have been the amount had they gone up in 2020 and 2021. So I'm just going to say instead of just a 1%, because they did not go up the 2 years prior, it ended up being a 3%, which they appreciated that support, but that amount at one time was kind of a drastic situation for the individual. I'm not saying that the landlord is not do it, because if we hadn't had COVID, they may have gone up incrementally and it would have occurred then. So is there anything in that language that may address during situations such as that there would be additional notification if they, to say basically, we're not going up on your rent here because of this, but, we may go up 1 to 3% or whatever the percent is, so that that person would know, kind of like what Duke Energy did. Duke Energy said, we're not going to have you pay all the bills, but that bill is going to be due, and we're going to set a time when you're going to have to do that. So again, I appreciate what the landlords did to help people out, because it really did, but for some of the individuals that contacted me at this one particular place, it was like a sticker shock. But I got to the crux of it, and really what it was is they just went up on the years that they laid back on the normal rent increase.
We can look into that model.
Carol, there's nothing in here that talks about rent increases.
Okay.
Okay,
But
that is
that's what we would
something we're
bring
going to
back to
bring
you.
back at a
Okay.
later date.
But
But if we could think about that,
we'll think
because,
about that.
yeah. Because I don't want someone to look at the language and think that occurs across the board for whatever situations, when it doesn't. So, yeah.
Right.
Thank you. I'm done, sir.
All good? All right, thank you, Carol.
Great job, Carol.
All right, we've got some public comment. When I call your name, you'll have, come up, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. First off is Eric Gardono. I'm sorry, Eric. I apologize. Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, Commissioners. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Eric Garduno. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Bay Area Apartment Association. I have a prepared statement. However, there seem to be a lot of questions that came up, and I'm happy to sort of move to try to address those questions instead, if that's all right.
You have 3 minutes, however you want to use them.
All right. Well, I do want to clarify a couple different things. So just generally speaking, for the Bay Area Apartment Association, we are not opposing a tenant bill of rights. We are opposing various provisions that were in the original draft. We know that the original draft has been edited, and we appreciate those edits. Those were very positive edits that bring it more in line with the St. Pete ordinance. So I think those were very positive, and we're very happy about that. However, there are two elements that were just discussed that I think are still outstanding for us as an issue. One is the insurance piece, and the other is the income standard. And I want to address some of the questions that came up related to the income standard. And so the language here, we're familiar with this language now. It is adopted and enforced in Hillsborough County. And the way that that language operates in Hillsborough County is that it's not just counting the voucher amount as part of income. That is fine with us. That is the approach we would support. And that's what is in St. Pete. In Hillsborough County, we're just allowed to look at, and it's not just vouchers, it's any government program. So it could be a variety of programs there, but we're just allowed to look at the residence portion. So if the residence portion is 0, they will automatically income qualify because it's 3 times, if it's your standard approach, if it's 3 times the rent or 2 times the rent, it's 2 times 0 or 3 times 0. And for us, that is a real issue. I think, even if there's income, there could be very little income and you're still getting at a very small amount to afford utilities or food or transportation or any of the other daily costs that people have. So that is our experience. If there's a different interpretation here for this language in Pinellas County, we'd appreciate understanding what that is, but that is what we're dealing with in Hillsborough. And again, I think this language is very unclear. Reading it, I think I've shared with folks every time I talk about this. I've read this dozens of times, and you could really come up with different interpretations, so I get that. But we have some experience with this language now, and it gets us to a point where basically anybody will be qualified no matter what their income if they have some sort of government assistance. And it's not just, again, vouchers, it could be any variety of assistance programs. On the insurance piece, just real quick, we do know that there are members who have insurance providers that have limits. Is that 3 or is that 15?
Your time.
That's 3, but there might be questions for you.
Okay, I'm happy to answer questions.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. So along the lines of insurance.
Yes.
Do you have specific knowledge of, or have you communicated with anyone that is a member of your tenants, your landlords association, where they in fact have experienced that increase in their insurance premiums as a result of accepting a tenant with a voucher?
The answer is no, because right now they have the ability to say no.
Okay.
I think the issue, there's a couple different elements to this too. So I've had conversations with a couple different insurance brokers on how that works. And my understanding is, you get to 5% or 10% or 15%, and they'll up the rates. And if you get to a certain amount above 20%, in that particular case that was discussed earlier, then they'll cut you off. And that, that's something that we, as housing providers, have to deal with. So we'd rather not be in those crosshairs and be pushed up against that. I know a lot of our members who are on the affordable side, that there's a problem there that could potentially be, because they're already taking a number of vouchers on their properties. And so if they get pushed above that, they're really between a rock and a hard place.
And of course, it all depends on availability. If they have a unit that is available that meets the voucher request, which 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, based on number of persons. My other question to you is, you were talking earlier about the Hillsborough portion, which would justify essentially if a person didn't have any income, then of course your first and security would be 0 or 2 times or 3 times the amount if that person had 0 income. Clarify.
So for the income standard, yes. For the security, I think that security deposit, that I think is a different element in the conversation.
So let's stick with income standard.
Certainly.
I don't believe what Ms. Strickland was saying is what you're interpreting for us. She did say we looked at the Hillsborough component piece, but I do not believe, and Ms. Strickland, please correct me if I'm in error, I do not believe what she was saying is that if a person had 0 income, then then you would kind of be required, because the expectation would be that you're looking at some of those other elements which we did not address. So I, just definitely clarify that with her later, but I don't think that she's saying what Hillsborough said as relates to our ordinance.
Okay.
Because I pulled it up, and that's not how I'm reading it, and I could be, I'm not always the smartest chip on the block, sometimes, not always. So,
I would just say, again, the point I made earlier, you could read this, I've read this, like I said, dozens of times, and there are different interpretations I think you could ultimately come to. We're familiar with, what's happening in Hillsborough. And how I explained it is what is happening in Hillsborough.
okay. But yeah, we took some elements from Hillsborough, but not all. My other, and thank you for being here, I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Thank you and your people. The other question and/or concern that I have is for the late fee component piece as it relates to the 3-day notification. Do you have any issues or concerns with that? Because initially, yes, in the rental agreement, it does say, and usually it's bold, due on the first, late on the second.
Right.
But do you or your organization have any issues or concerns with that additional notification? Much like credit card companies or anybody else do, they send you that little gentle reminder.
Right.
Do you have any issues with that?
Well, I'll say that I think a lot of our members provide various gentle reminders in various forms. This is a very specific and prescriptive form that is in the ordinance. It's duplicating other places. I would say that for our members, ideally it wouldn't be in here, because they are doing a lot of sort of upfront telling people, when you sign the lease, here's your provisions, there's a late fee here, you should understand this. So they're doing that resident education up front at the beginning. Oftentimes they have newsletters or other information that they provide residents throughout the duration of their lease term. And on top of that, to the point that was made earlier, there's a 3-day notice. So 3-day notices are issued when people are late. And so I think the typical is, like day 5, there's a grace, day 1 it's due, there's a grace period, day 5, still nothing, no communication. So the 3-day notice is issued. 3-day notice is required by statute to sort of set things in motion in terms of legal rights. I think the general practice is, once that's noticed out, we still try to do a lot of communication with the residents to get them to talk to us about what's going on and how can we address the situation that they're in, and when can we expect payment, and do we need a payment plan. And so there's a lot of that communication that occurs. But I think the general practice of what we've seen so far is that when the 3-day notice goes out is the same time the late fee notice goes out. Okay. So that late fee notice, the amount that's listed in there is already built into what's in the total amount listed in the 3-day notice.
Okay, and my last question of you is, as it relates to an increase in the rent, do you have any apprehensions about, just notifying individuals that your rent will increase in 30 days or whatever? I know that wasn't a part of this, but I'm asking ahead of time.
Get in early, got that.
Do you have any issues or concerns with that? Because it's just kind of good business. It's like, again, in your credit card statement, you get that little thing that says, we're going to let you know that your interest rates are going up.
Right.
So
I'll say, under Florida law and as general practice, there is, in renewing a lease, certain provisions, certain procedures that need to take place. And in those procedures, based off of Florida law and requirements there, typically there's usually a 30-day or 60-day period of that notice, plus on top of that, like a 2-week period, again, required under Florida law, to get that notice ahead of time. So people do get notices who have leases regarding any kind of changes to the lease in renewal, whether it's an increase or other terms. So under current practices, we're providing by law notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
If we come back with this, I'm docking you a question on that.
I'm not going to ask any more questions of this gentleman.
Are there further questions for Mr. Garduno? Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Next on my list is Margaret Rushing. Margaret Rushing, good evening.
Good evening.
You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay, thank you all for all you do for your service. I kind
think
of
it's
wrote
just
mine, and I'm going to read it so I don't
something
get
that they
off
have
that
to
and
do.
go over time. I'm Margaret Rushing, the owner of Advanced Plumbing, a plumbing company that works with apartment communities throughout Pinellas County. I am here today to ask that the commission please fix some of the problems in the Tenant Bill of Rights before you pass it. There are a lot of costs for housing providers that come with working with vouchers that the program does not cover. This includes long inspection times that lead to hundreds of dollars in lost rent for every unit inspected, higher insurance costs, and costly changes to the property that could be required as part of the program but aren't needed to meet local code. This last requirement I'm very familiar with, as one of my clients recently ran into this issue. In this case, the requirement was to have 3/4 inch pipe, but the pipe in the place was 1/2 inch. There was no practical reason the unit needed to have a 3/4 inch pipe, and making this change could cost the property thousands of dollars. That isn't fair or right. Also, it sets a precedent that has no bearing to those recent conditions. In other words, this building was grandfathered in, and it was working properly, never had any problems, but now because of a voucher, you have to change your entire plumbing system that has been working and had no problems and was grandfathered in under the code at the time of the building. I also hope you change the language so landlords can use their normal income standards. There was always a risk that a resident will not pay their rent, but having income standards helps rental properties hedge against the risk. Requiring rentals to accept residents with very little or no income increases the risk of non-payment, which hurts the ability of the properties to pay their bills. That includes the bills I give them for my services. It is important to remember that we are not just talking about apartment communities that are affected by laws like this. There is a whole industry of hardworking people whose livelihoods are tied into that include plumbers, painters, roofers, landscapers, pool attendants, and so many others. Understand that all of our costs have increased. Our gas, our supplies, our own labor, and we have to invoice all of our communities based on our new pricing. That hits them and is included in their cost as well. And I thank you so much and hope that you will consider everything that I've said. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Next up is William Kilgore, followed by Nick Carey. William, good evening.
Hey, how's it going? Hello, everybody. My name's William Kilgore. I'm with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union. I'm a St. Petersburg resident. Forgive me, I'm a little gross. I rode my bike up here today from St. Pete, so I got a little bit of bike grease on me. So I just wanted to address a few things, and I think, here we've heard a lot, from some of the landlords and, the Bay Area Apartment Association. There's a lot of space that's given to these groups and to landlords, and there's not enough space, in my opinion, given to tenants, and that's what we do is we, work with people who we talk with who are voucher holders, things like that, who face this discrimination, face really bad conditions from landlords and stuff like that. And so I want you to consider the tenant's perspective. They're up here talking about costs and all these things, this stuff about the insurance, this stuff about the time frame, that 10 days. That stuff, that's not included in the Hillsborough ordinance. That's not included in the ordinance in Miami-Dade. St. Pete did it, because the Apartment Association, which is a radical special interest group, it comes down to radical property rights group, anti-tenant, anti-family, and they come in and they want to change everything and throw all these loopholes in, and they did that in St. Pete, and that's a problem. Look at the Housing Authority. Somebody said it up here earlier, that it was like that 5 days isn't enough, and it's just like a blatant loophole. So whatever they're saying, whatever's happening with tenants right now, I'm telling you, people are getting evicted. They're getting $1,000 rent increases. These folks are gouging us. They're gouging us, and they're making people homeless, and we're sick of it, and we're asking for the most basic protection here, with rental vouchers, just not to discriminate against some of the most vulnerable members of our population, and these folks, the majority of, at least in the Pinellas Housing Authority, the majority of the voucher holders are minority. non-white, and they're women as well. So I mean, that's something, we consider. This is not just a class issue, it's not just poor people, but it is a racial issue, and there's a racist element to this, and a continuation of, a type of segregation, class segregation and racial segregation in, these buildings and some of these luxury landlords, who don't want certain types of people living in their buildings. A lot of this stuff is smokescreen, talking about the mom and pops and all that kind of stuff. Most of these folks, it's corporate, it's LLCs, it's investor landlords. If you're a renter, chances are you rent from a corporation or an investor with many, many properties. And this stuff doesn't hurt mom and pop. So, please give some consideration to the tenants. We need a strong protection. Let's not just capitulate, to this landlord in this industry that doesn't care about people straight up. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate staff for the ordinance. So,
Thank you.
Nick Carey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Carey. I'm with the organization Faith in Florida, and I just wanted to speak in support of the ordinance as it is, with as few loopholes as possible. I've been organizing people in St. Petersburg for the last year. Recently been talking to more folks up in Clearwater, Ridgecrest, Largo, and it's really a common problem across the entire county and honestly beyond our county, we know. I just talked to a woman today who has a daughter with an infant son that had her rent increased by $900. She has to be out by the end of the month. Nowhere to go. And so I'm sure all of you hear these stories all the time. Unfortunately, when I hear people who have a $400 rent increase, I'm like, you actually didn't have it that bad, because we're hearing people with $900, $1,000 rent increases. And so this Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance is really a great start in getting the ball rolling and evening out that power dynamic that we're seeing. The entire point of this, as I was encouraged to hear a number of you talk about, is evening that playing field, taking the onus off people who are at the lowest income levels. They have no say of whether the insurance is going up. And then the other thing I would just add on to that, it is kind of a question of, I was noticing as we're talking about these income standards, is what I'm hearing is we're talking about if someone doesn't have any income to afford food or utilities, we should also make them homeless because they can't afford those other things. That doesn't seem to make any sense. And then just the last thing I want to touch on is we've already done basically a version of this. The ERAP program, when we rolled it out, we always required that landlords fill out their portion of the form. But then when we realized that people weren't necessarily getting the support of their landlords and people still needed help, we made exceptions to make sure that those folks were able to receive public assistance. So this is something that we've already done, and it's really just codifying it going forward to make sure that we're covering people in most need of assistance. And I want to encourage you to look into increased notice. I want to encourage you to explore how we can protect people from excessive security deposits and application fees, looking into guaranteed right to counsel like St. Petersburg is doing, and adopting a public landlord registry. Please adopt this ordinance as stated and don't stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Logan Neal. Logan Neal. Okay. Carla Correa.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name's Carla Correa. I'm here today with the St. Petersburg Tenants Union to speak in favor of the Tenants Bill of Rights. The Tenants Union has seen a lot of instances of landlords acting illegally and tenants being unaware of their rights, including landlords shutting off water and power to encourage tenants to self-evict, landlords locking tenants out of their apartments or motels without a court order, landlords trying to give tenants less time to leave than they are entitled to legally, and much more. It is imperative for tenants to be aware of their rights so they can be properly equipped to fight back. Additionally, it is long overdue to prohibit landlords from discrimination against tenants for their source of income, particularly those who receive Section 8 vouchers, who are primarily Black women. While this ordinance has some really great things in it, this should apply to every inch of the county, without the option for any city to opt out of it. Unincorporated county tenants need protections, but so do tenants in Largo, Seminole, Bel Air, Tarpon Springs, and everywhere in between without a tenant's Bill of Rights. It is not only necessary to make tenants aware of our rights, but our rights must be expanded to shift the clear power imbalance between landlords and tenants. In Miami-Dade, for example, their tenants' Bill of Rights included an Office of Tenant Advocacy. We need to establish a county-wide Office of Tenant Advocacy that tenants can call and inquire about their rights and any specific situation they may be facing. At the beginning of this month, a tenant in St. Petersburg was almost illegally evicted with the help of the Pinellas Sheriff and the St. Petersburg Police Department. She had gotten a writ of possession, and the cops tried to give her only 15 minutes to pack up her stuff and leave. But a foreclosure was happening, and she still had 90 days to leave her home under Florida law. The tenants union was able to help her quickly obtain legal counsel and file a motion of tenancy that allowed her the 90 days that she was entitled to. The tenants union is run by low-income tenants who volunteer their time to do this, but an Office of Tenant Advocacy would ensure that every tenant could get help like this and make sure that no one has to fall through the cracks. We also need to guarantee tenants the right to counsel. This policy would guarantee tenants the right to legal representation when facing eviction. According to NYU, 95% of landlords have legal representation in eviction cases, compared to only 1% of tenants. Lastly, we know that the rents are skyrocketing here in Pinellas County. Orange County is getting ready to pass a housing state of emergency, which will allow residents to vote on rent control through a county-wide referendum. We can do the same thing here. I urge you today to not only pass the Tenants' Bill of Rights with no influence from the Bay Area Apartment Association, but to strongly consider the other proposals I have outlined today. With the ERA no longer accepting applications, more and more tenants are becoming homeless. Housing is a human right. The clock is ticking for Pinellas County residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. Dylan Wilson, I had you as a wave in support of the ordinance. Thank you. Last one I have is on Zoom. And so Amy Foster. Amy, if you will raise your hand in the Zoom application and you unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Nice to see you, hear from you, Amy.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for taking comment on this item today. I am speaking for myself and not for the COC, since we did not have time to review this as a continuum of care. But I do urge your full support of the Tenants' Bill of Rights this evening. You've asked a number of great questions. I do believe that this ordinance is stronger than the ordinance passed by the city of St. Pete and support it as written by the county. Even though I did champion the work in St. Petersburg, and we did work together with Bay Area Apartment Association to get to some of the compromises that Carol introduced earlier. I have a lot of comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I think one of the things that hasn't been spoken about that I wanted to make sure that commissioners were aware of is HUD's new strategy, I would say, that will end up costing you one way or the other. So in the future, you will not see HUD investing significant dollars to build affordable housing and public housing projects, as you may have seen in the past. We've already seen some of those changes with rental, the RAD project, and really moving towards vouchers. And so the new strategy is utilizing vouchers as a way to increase their investments in communities. You saw that during COVID. We received approximately 120 vouchers that are new vouchers to our community we've never received. Very few of those vouchers have actually been, well, they've been distributed to tenants. Very few of those have been able to be utilized because of the need for more landlords to accept that kind of assistance. And so I bring this important point forward for you to understand that through passing an ordinance like this Tenant Bill of Rights, you're helping leverage federal resources that ensure more people are housed that might go unused otherwise. I did want to also comment, Commissioner Gerard, I believe, may have been Commissioner Long, asked, does the landlord care where the money is coming from? I can tell you we are seeing a new issue as housers working with clients trying to get them housed. The landlord absolutely does care where the money is coming from. We are starting to see that those people with income that we are working to rehouse are not able to be rehoused unless the money is coming directly from them. If it is coming from a third party, and we're talking $5,000 to $9,000, like Commissioner Flowers mentioned, they are then using that as a way to deny the tenant housing just for those, fees to get into the apartment to begin with, and then they would be able to cover them moving forward. So we believe that these are realistic protections and would encourage you to adopt them countywide this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Commissioner Long has a question for you.
Hi, Amy. Nice to hear from you this evening. I'm curious when you talk about that the owners of the, or whoever is the corporation or whatever, caring about where the money comes from. Do they say why they care?
I think a lot of folks are just overwhelmed over the past couple of years with the eviction moratorium, and they're apprehensive to work with clients who may have challenges making the rent. And so, even with housing navigators that are advocating for their clients, explaining, their issues and their income and their ability to pay, we are finding more and more that if it's not coming from their checking account, they're not willing to accept the money.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Foster? Commissioner Flowers has a question.
Amy, have you had an experience with anyone with a voucher who had either a Housing First voucher or a Section 8 voucher where their rent was increased exponentially? I thought there were rules if a landlord was accepting that voucher. I thought they had to accept the voucher for whatever the dollar amount. So, for example, if they're saying that if HUD says a voucher for a family of 5 is $3,500, then that's what the voucher covers, the portion that the tenant's not paying, but it still pays the total cost. So if they go up on their rent, doesn't it have to be within certain parameters? It can't be excessive.
I'm not familiar with any rules around that, Commissioner Flowers. We can certainly research that. I can tell you, and you as a board are probably familiar with, I think there's a apartment community in Seminole that's been in the news that many veterans have been housed at, that their rents exponentially increase. And I know they've reached out to the board for assistance, and some of your staff are assisting them. We are seeing that more and more with those who have been rapidly rehoused, where a social service agency is paying their rent for a year. When that year is up, then it's going up exponentially, and the client is being made homeless, and we're having to help them find housing at the end of that period because of exponential increase.
So
But
they're
as it
going
relates
back to
vouchers-
charge them market rate.
Yeah, and as it relates to vouchers, that's something I'd have to research. I haven't heard too much about that particular issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for Ms. Foster? All right, thank you, Emmy. We appreciate your input tonight.
Thank you.
We have one last speaker, Elisa Galvin. If you come forward, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elisa Galvin, and I'm the Section 8 Director for the Pinellas County Housing Authority. And I heard there's a lot of questions regarding our program. I'm here to answer some of those questions if you would like. And I'd just like to start off with one quick story. Paralegal, single mother, 3 children in the household, all teenagers. So she was given a 3-bedroom voucher. That 3-bedroom voucher was worth $2,800. So she could go out and find a unit for $2,800. She went to many complexes in Pinellas County and was denied just because she has the voucher. Before she could even fill out an application, before she could even let the people know, these are my children. They act great. They're in school. They're thriving. Those are the things that we see every day at the Housing Authority. You know, the single mother paralegal, she makes, I think she was making $22 an hour. But because of the rules of some of these apartment complexes, you have to make 3 times the rent. So if the rent is $2,800 and you're looking at 3 times that, that's what, about $9,000. Her income was $46,000. She needed $81,000 just to get into an apartment complex based on that income that she was showing. But with the voucher, she would have been able to afford that apartment because she would have paid 30% of her income. We would have paid the rest. She could have lived in any complex. She had great credit. Those are the things that some of these families are facing. So I just thought I'd get up here and let you know those things and answer some of the questions that you have for the Housing Authority.
Commissioner Flowers has a question.
Thank you. I know you're going to kill me. So, say, for example...
I have nowhere to be. We're good.
Say, for example, you have a tenant who is on very limited income. So, you know, we know that's typically your veterans or someone on Social Security disability.
Fixed income, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so they're $333 a month for one person who has worked earning $15,000 or less over a lifetime.
Yes, ma'am.
So 30% of their income goes towards their rent. If even just doing the math, you know that just turning on the lights, that's going to be a challenge. So what types of things have you been able to work with to help those individuals so that they're able to maintain staying in that particular unit? Of course, they can go to 211 and things like that, but those things they'll help you 1 to 3 months consistently.
Right. Well, just recently, HUD did give us extra vouchers, and we just applied today for funding for each voucher, $500 for admin fees, for security deposits, things like that. The emergency housing vouchers that we got from HUD came with $3,600. Okay. That was only $108 for our housing authority. I think there was $216 for the county. And of those vouchers, each voucher got $3,600 to pay for security deposits, to pay. We did incentive amounts for landlords, $700 incentive, $2,000 deposits. So right off the bat, they were getting $2,700 from the Housing Authority. So some of those monies are coming from HUD, but we still have the other 3,400 vouchers that don't have money tied to them. Right. So we make the tenants responsible for getting those funds. Unfortunately, a lot of them have to go through family, through agencies to get the funding to get into the units. But once they're in those units, the Housing Authority will change the income for them. If they lose income, they basically get to zero. We pay the full rent. That's right. And in some cases, because it goes into a negative amount, they're actually going to get maybe a utility allowance check. And that will help them pay for the electric or for the water that they say that they would need those funds for. Okay. And the other, I'm sorry, the way that we do it at the Housing Authority is we let the tenants know before they go out looking, this is what you can afford based on your income. So when they're going out, if they see a unit that's $900, they look at their form, hey, I can afford $900. I'm going to that apartment complex. But before they can even get in there, most of the time they're denied because I have a voucher. And that's the first thing that they hear, and they say, we don't do it. So those are some of the things that are happening right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Galvin. We appreciate your time tonight.
I have a couple of things.
For
Yes,
her?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happens in those cases? I mean, it sounds very dire to listen to you. I'm worried about the lady with the 3 kids.
Yes, ma'am. The vouchers have time limits. Usually, it's the first 60 days. They can't find something, we give them another 60 days. And at that point in time, we're supposed to say, sorry, you didn't use your voucher. It's expired. We have to move on to somebody else. But HUD has given us some waivers in the last couple of years because of COVID. So we've been extending and extending and extending. But at this point in time, there's hardly anything in Pinellas County that a person on disability, $841 a month, can afford.
Well, what happens to these people in the meantime?
They're couch surfing, they're staying with relatives.
With 3 kids?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay.
So, $22 an hour is just not doing it here in this county. But if they have the voucher, it should work for that family in any apartment complex in this community.
Further questions?
What's the answer?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin.
Yes.
Now the last card I have, I think, is Nancy Roden, Community Law Program. If you'll come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Nancy Roden. I haven't prepared anything, but listening to all of this, I think, I am absolutely in support of passing this motion. I started volunteering with the Community Law Program right at the start of 2020 in February, not knowing what was to come. That has turned into a full-time plus job. Community Law Program is one of the smallest legal aids, but arguably we're one of the most impactful. I have represented hundreds of tenants over the last 2 years, and there's lots of wonderful landlords. It's not those that this is meant for. There are lots of landlords who have gladly accepted ERAP funds. We've helped pay out $10,000 to $20,000, and they've turned around 2 months later when their lease expired and evicted them for no reason except funds. I've had, as recent as this week, tenants come forward and speaking to landlords who have told me that they're not renewing the lease, and they've kind of commented, well, they haven't paid their own rent in the last 6 months. I told them, unfortunately, hundreds of others are in the same situation, and many of us could be one paycheck away from that situation. I've had many tenants who end up sleeping in their cars, to answer your question. So I think that this is very much needed because there are a lot of landlords who will discriminate on many bases, and this being one of them, the ERAP. Late fees, I've seen the difference of tenants' late fees being applied inappropriately, and tenants have ended up evicted not because they couldn't afford the rent, but they couldn't afford the late fees that landlords are tacking on. Not only $100 on day 5, but a lot of them are tacking on a daily, so they can never get caught up. So I think that I'm very much in support of this, and again, it's for the landlords that don't have the moral compass that's needed.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, that's all the public comment I have.
I have a question of legal.
Sure.
So we did hear requests that the desire would be that whatever we do, that we make it countywide. But we have municipalities who have their own ability to govern their cities, so we can't do that?
That's right.
I just wanted.
There's an opt-out clause in the.
No. I know we have the opt-out, but someone from the audience said.
No, they do.
The ordinance would cover countywide, and then a particular city.
And they would
Pinellas
have to
Park-
say, I don't want to participate.
Correct.
Yeah, but I wanted that to be clear because I didn't want anyone to walk away thinking, not saying I didn't like your comment, young lady, but I just didn't want her to walk away thinking that if we passed it, then it's a blanket across. So that's why I was going to legal.
It is a blanket across unless they take action before October.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, y'all, I wrote my notes. I'm trying to stay on. I just want to say a couple of things. The first is, I understand the issue with the homeowner's insurance. That's crazy. I mean, with the rental insurance, I think that's absolutely crazy, but that's something that we'll have to address in another venue because we don't have the authority to make that change. But I also know that we wouldn't have that authority to make that change right now. Legislature's out of session. They're not going to be back in session for several months. So if we don't take any action, then that means this would be an unresolved issue until whenever the legislature went in session, and whether or not they would even take it up in session. You know, we saw what happened with just regular homeowners insurance increases, and really what, in my opinion, what could have been one of the options to help everyday individuals, none of that was considered. So I don't know if we were to delay this based on that, if we would later get what it is that we're looking for, which would be hopefully some attention to giving some relief for those individuals. I don't think that all landlords, as the young lady just stated, I don't believe all landlords are landlords that are unfair, but there are some out there. I know I have gotten calls. I've gone and met with residents. I've seen the paperwork, and it's heartbreaking because if they don't have the funds and there's no way we can come up with additional dollars, our ERAP dollars were funds that we received a one-time only, so that's not something that was continual. It wasn't going to continue. And we were trying to make sure that organizations were aware of knowing that we had to start transitioning people or getting them in places that they could afford and sustain. And that's what's been kind of the hard piece, is sustaining them there. But I would like for us to really consider doing something on this evening, and this has nothing against any of the landlords that are here. I appreciate you taking your time out to come, but this is a issue that has been occurring and brewing over time, and quite frankly, we all see that persons have discovered they can go market rate and they can make the kind of money that they're desiring to make and just do away with receiving vouchers altogether or not signing up. That's what some landlords have chosen to do. They've not re-engaged to be a entity that will accept vouchers, and they just go market rate, and they're able to get those units sold. I took a picture the other day, a garage apartment not far from my house, and I went by, and when they finally put a sign in the front yard, I stopped to talk to the landlord, and I said, "Are you kidding me? You are across from a hotel that has some shady behavior, and this is what you're asking for this unit." But sure enough, the units were full. People were living in them within a couple of days. So I don't know how they're doing it, but somebody's coming up with the money to pay some of these prices that are really outlandish. Carol, I just have one question of you. Can you just clarify that one provision that I guess still seems to be ambiguous when it comes to, I'm sorry, sir, I can't pronounce your last name and I don't want to mess it up.
Garduño.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Can you look at that portion and just clarify so that he's clear, I'm clear on exactly what that portion is saying?
In terms of the income standard?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
If you look at on page 4 of your ordinance,
Hold on, let me go back to that.
you can maybe just look directly at the language.
Page 4.
It says, it's section 42435A, and really looking at that subsection 3. And
Okay.
essentially, it's saying to use a income standard to assess eligibility for the rental of a rental unit that's not based upon the portion of the rent paid by the tenant, in the instance where there's public assistance. That's a violation. So if they apply an income standard that's not solely based on the amount that the tenant can pay, that's a violation of the ordinance.
Okay,
So
so-
if the income standard is based upon the entire monthly rental amount, then, and that's where you get into the situation that was, the example that was given with the paralegal, where they were assessing the income standard based upon the entire amount of rent.
Okay. Was that clear for you?
It's clear.
Okay. Okay, I just, yeah, I thought that's what it meant. I think so. Thank you, sir, that was
All
all
right.
I had.
Further questions
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
of,
The ordinance.
The ordinance as it's presented to us.
okay, and that was the attachment in the email, and that's in Legistar
With the blue,
With the blue changes?
with the blue changes.
Correct, I'll second that with the blue changes.
We have a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Further questions or discussion? Commissioner Seal.
Two things, and I recognize there's been a lot of work done on this, but, and I think there are some good pieces of this, but I don't think this really wraps this up in the way that we would really like to see it done. I also am a little concerned that, well, I'm quite a bit concerned why we didn't just look at adopting the St. Petersburg ordinance since it's already in place and since it kind of encompasses any of the concerns that have been raised tonight. So, and therefore then we wouldn't already be having a difference between our biggest city and the rest of the county. And then the third thing is that we've had this issue before with different cities where we were trying to truly be conducive to working together so that we didn't have them opting out of ordinances and that there was kind of general consensus that everybody agreed with whatever it was, and that's been quite successful. And I really feel like we should be reaching out more to the cities to see if they are truly going to opt in or opt out and knowledgeably know that before we pass this, because we may end up with, you know, a whole mishmash, which is what really concerns me. So I can't support this tonight because of those reasons, and only because of those reasons.
All right, Commissioner Gerard.
well, my concern about that is that it could take months and months to actually come to consensus, and in the meantime, there's no protection for these tenants of the unscrupulous people. I know there are great people out there that are not the ones that are jacking rent up $800 and $1,000 a month, but there are people out there that are doing that. And I think if we could put something in place now and revisit if we find that it's not working or we find that there's a better idea, you know, rather than wait.
But it really
Try to
doesn't
get
effectively
everybody
deal
affect-
with the increases in rent and some of the other pieces of this, and I just really feel like
neither
if we're
does
gonna
St.
do this,
Pete's.
then we should do it right.
But St. Petersburg's doesn't either.
No, I understand that, but that's, you know,
I don't know how we bake rent control into this and make it.
I don't know.
I'm
I
not
was talking
interested in
with
doing rent control
Barry
myself.
about that earlier today.
That's, I mean, just because people are watching, that's not where we're looking.
That's, yeah, right.
That's, and, you know, we are looking at the issue that you just raised, and what we can do, but really through a notice provision, not in some way artificially changing the private market.
Well, and to be clear, the state statute has guidelines on what.
We can't do rent control.
What the limits are with rent control,
Right.
as far as anything over $250 a month would not be applied to. Correct? I'm looking at the attorney. It was something like that. A luxury apartment was defined as anything over $200 a month.
Yeah, it's like $1,000 a year. It's a really strange
Yeah.
standard. But the other thing with rent control is it is preempted by the state and
It
is
is.
limited
We
to
can't
1
do
year
it.
anyway,
Yes.
so it doesn't really do a lot for us.
That was cute.
Commissioner Long.
Well, since I made the motion, I was just curious what everyone would think if I amended it to give the staff. Is there any possibility that we can tighten it up, Barry?
Well, I
In the
guess
next, let's say in the next 30 to 45 days?
Well, certainly we can. The question is what you're wanting us to tighten up. So the issue is really the income pieces that the Bay Area Apartment Association raised and how that's applied. I'm not the expert in this, and I'm not pretending to be, but there's no question that it's an anti-discrimination provision. That's what that's for. And so we don't have situations like that was outlined by the housing authority occur, that they look at all the income. They're not putting artificial limits and saying you have to accept some type of a different standard. They're just saying you have to include all sources of income in meeting that standard. That's the way I read it. That's the way staff's reading that. We can, if you want us to tighten that up, we can certainly look at that. But I think that was the intent. Amanda is the expert on this.
Yeah, I was
so.
just going to recommend that if that you vote on this item, and then you could have a separate vote on coming back with additional, tightening up, making additional changes would probably be the cleanest way to do that. And since I grabbed the floor again, I wanted to see if we could clarify the motion that was made to just also add in those Scrivener's error changes that I suggested earlier about changing the word landlord to person because of the way we've defined person in the ordinance, if that would be all right.
Yes, I'm happy to amend the motion to include the Scrivener's errors and
The seconder, so accepts.
and the other stuff that you just said.
Yeah, and I would do that as a separate
Okay,
motion.
but then, I think Amanda had a great idea, because what about if we go forward with this tonight and then direct the staff to continue working on it and bring back some additional concerns, thoughts, or whatever that we can take up again, let's say in the next 30 to 45 days. And that way, potentially, we can still meet everything goes into effect on October 1st. And also, since you're working on it anyway for the next 30 to 45 days, how about doing a kumbaya with all the municipalities and see if we can't get, I see Carol shaking her head, just to see if we can't please get them all on the same page for the good of our
We can do that. I wasn't at that
co-community.
meeting, so I didn't get it, but that's typically what I get when
Well, I know you've been away, but
well,
now you're
when
back.
I go to city manager's meeting, I get, 24, I get like 18 different ideas. So, it's real, so.
Yeah, we know.
It's,
Trust me, we know.
It's not like you're gonna get real direct input, but we certainly can do that,
Yeah. Is that
Commissioner
good?
Peters.
Oh, well, you wanted to know what I thought needed to be tightened up, and I think it's that, and I think it's the insurance. And I just have problems with it the way it is right now, because it's not
can't
tight.
do anything
Well-
And I'm with Karen on this one. I just think it should be done, it should be right. And if it takes 30 days to get it right, then we get it right, and I would just like to have that. I just feel like it wasn't finished, is kind of what I feel.
It's not baked.
And we can certainly look at the issue of the insurance provision. I will tell you from a staff
Can't do
standpoint.
anything about it.
I don't know what we can do, because if their insurance is going up, the only thing we could do is simply not enforce it, because from an enforceability standpoint, am I gonna go out and count the number of units in each type I get a complaint and try to determine what each person's insurance requirements are? From an enforceability, it seems very, very cumbersome.
No, wait a minute. What about, have you, on the insurance issue, for example, Commissioner Peters, have you worked with the Department of Financial Services? They have a main office right down on the northwest corner of Almerton and 113th Street.
Okay.
And
I mean, that's
on
what they're
that-
there for.
We can look
Not
at it.
up to us to enforce that.
Right, but, and I do believe that, so what makes St. Pete's language different? Because they seem to be okay with St. Pete's language that had to do with that same issue, but our language evidently puts on that risk. So
didn't have it.
what's the difference with the St. Pete language? Why did we choose not to do it instead? And so that's kind of like, my question is if St. Pete's language is okay and doesn't seem to impact that, but this one seems to have an impact on it, why did we choose to go different?
Well, the ordinance before you tonight is silent about insurance. We are being asked to include the language from St. Pete that would exclude insurance policies that may go up that have been in effect for a year. The reason we're not recommending it is because there are some unknowns about, as Barry said, enforceability, concerns about whether it's a discriminatory practice, concerns that have been brought to our attention. And, I like your suggestion, Commissioner Long, to reach out to financial services and reach out to others to understand more. We just don't feel comfortable that it's something that we would like to support at this time. And St. Pete City Council made a different decision at that time, but our recommendation is it needs more study.
But I have spent a large portion of my life working with the Department of Financial Services. They do have an enforcement arm. I think it's important that we get at least some input so we're educated about the issue a little more. So,
Commissioner Flowers.
So, October, to put things in effect by October 1 is the goal. So if we were to pass something tonight, it would take effect October 1.
October 3rd, yes.
October 3rd, I'm sorry. If we wait 30, 45 days and make a decision in 30, 45 days, whatever decision it was, it would take effect October 3rd.
Unless you extended that date. We chose 90 days to give us time to put the implementation measures in place, work with the cities, give them time to opt out if they choose to do that. So, there's a certain amount of time we feel that we would need between the adoption of the ordinance and its effective date.
So what I'm getting at is no matter what we do here today, even if you come back in 30 to 45 days, it's still going to give us time because implementation would not be until October 3rd. So I guess what I'm saying, Madam Maker of the motion, is that if we, not that we don't want to do something, but if we stayed this item so that they could do the additional research that's being asked and bring it back, have it calendared, Mr. Chair, within 30 to 45 days. Either way, it's still not going to go into effect until October 3rd. You see what I'm saying?
I'm good with that suggestion, so I'll rescind my motion.
Okay. I'm just trying to make
For now.
because nothing's going to happen until October 3rd. Either way, whether we pass something tonight or it could very well be that in 30 to 45 days, we're going to end up passing what we're talking about tonight. But none of that goes into effect until October 3rd. So that's okay. So I will rescind my second from the maker of the motion.
There you
And is it a 30
And I would ask
day,
that, I would like to make a motion that this item go back to staff for further tightening, review of the financial insurance component with the Office of Financial Services, conversations with the other municipalities to see if we can have a succinct ordinance agreement upon municipalities so we do not have to select an opt-out provision, and ask Mr. Chair if he would be so kind as to revisit this on our agenda at our next commission meeting within 30 to 45 days. That staff would communicate with the chair your findings, your final findings, and Mr. Chair would schedule accordingly.
I'd second that.
All right, thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Peters. My question would be, what's the soonest that you think you could bring this back? Because your staff has been working on this. We've been talking about this. We talked about this during the meeting on Thursday to some degree.
We're going to look into the insurance information. We're going to look on the language of sources of income. Those are the two provisions that we can discuss. The other provisions, I think those about notice, I think that's going to take a little more time. But I would like to move this so we can report back to you next month, and we can schedule it. Now I've got to do notice provisions to have it on, or do I have to renotice it, or if I delay it, that meets the notice provision?
We delayed time certain. I think that relieves the.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I think that you're talking about notice for the agenda or notice to the
Newspapers,
Paper and all that
advertising.
stuff that you make me stay legal. So we could put it on July 19th.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up on the timeline on that, but I think you could get it in by July.
My memory was that if we did a time certain, it was didn't start the clock over again, but I don't remember.
I think you're right, but I'm
I'm
going
not
to
an
have to double
attorney.
check. I'm sorry.
And
Or if we continue this item, use the language to continue this item until the date certain of July 19th.
I got July 19th and August the 2nd are the next two meeting dates.
August 19th would be my preference. I mean, July 19th.
Yeah.
If that's doable for staff. Can you also, Carol, provide us a side-by-side of the difference between the staff proposed ordinance and the St. Pete ordinance?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just double checked with Jewel, and she said that we would need to renotice it, that the time certain is for land use cases.
Oh, that was close.
So,
This is land use.
What was the rest of what you
well,
said?
that changes it.
Need to renotice it.
If I renotice, I got a 10-day notice requirement. So if I renotice it, why don't why don't I email you when we can
We'll,
put it on?
we'll bring it back as soon as possible under noticing guidelines. How about that? I don't think we need a long time to go through the requests that the commission have.
No, it's more of the notice provision, because I've got to get this out and notice it. It's got a 10-day, I think, notice provision.
But I think that side by side with St. Pete, that seemed to be a major issue for a couple of commissioners. And the coordination with our city counterparts. Anything else? The insurance, I think, is a whole separate kind of thing that we may not even have the ability to do, but we can certainly find some information on that. Anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Tonight I don't feel like it, huh? Just want to say, I want to thank all the parties involved that have come here, because this has been a real sensitive subject, especially those individuals like myself who are very concerned with affordable housing. And for those that can barely afford, even when they're working and earning the $22 an hour. So we all know that $15 an hour won't cut it either. But I think this gives us all a chance to kind of work through some of this. This is not to say that, for me, that I'm listening to any one group over another group. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, it has some substance, and that people are able to still have some teeth that can support them and maintain a dwelling place for them. I don't want to vote on something and it has no teeth, it has no bite, and they're stuck. Thank you. Super kudos to the individuals that are here from the various organizations, and for the people that you have been able to help, because I know I'm very familiar with the ones you have been able to assist and some of the ones that you're working with right now. For those who are landlords in the apartment association, all I will ask is, just really try to encourage persons to work with people, because it could be their family member, their daughter, their mom, their aunt, their uncle, their grandparent. The shoe could be on the other foot, and then that's when you begin to see all of the nuances that cause some of the concerns. So just keep that in mind, when you're coming up with a compromise. So I'm not saying you don't, but I'm asking that you do.
Further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Are you able to do the, all right, the clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight on that issue. Item 39, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 39 is case number FLU 22-01. This is an application of Northridge SP LLC for a land use change from residential medium to residential high on approximately 4.3 acres located at 6464 54th Avenue North in West Leland. Public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right, and it's Lellman. We'll get you on that right by the time. Scott, you have something for us?
Unless you have
Yes,
questions.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The case under this agenda item is case FLU 22-1, and this is requesting an amendment to the future land use map, changing the land use designation from residential medium. The slide shows you residential urban with an RM, but it is residential medium. That is also included that way in your staff report as well as your ordinance, to residential high RH. And this amendment is proposed on the subject property, which is approximately 4.3 acres, located at 6464 54th Avenue North in the West Leland area. The zoning atlas, the property is zoned as RM, multiple family residential, and there is no companion zoning amendment to this application. The existing use is multifamily residential and apartment building, and the proposed use are additional multifamily units, approximately 22 to 30 additional units. However, there is no application at this time that has made that distinction. Where's main application? Again, the property is located on the south side of 54th Avenue North, approximately 630 feet to the east of 66th Street North in the West Lumen area. On the left side of the future land use map, you can see that the current future land use for the property, it's the residential medium. There's a fair amount around the intersection, the primary intersection of commercial and residential office, general land uses. Property adjacent to the west is another apartment complex, residential medium. There's an elementary school to the east that's institutional, and there's some single-family residential future land use to the south. And again, the proposal for residential high, you can see on the right side of that slide how that would look on the map and how that would change things. Under the zoning, also residential, multifamily residential on the zoning. The surrounding land uses, again, multifamily residential to the west, some commercial just to the north and the opposite side of 54th, a little bit of single family just to the south adjacent, and then there's the school again to the east, which is actually residential agricultural, but it is an established elementary school, public elementary school. Here's looking directly at the property on 54th Avenue. See a few of the buildings that are existing there today. To the east, moving toward the school, and then to the west, looking toward the apartment complex. We also have a bus shelter established there as well. The current RM land use, it allows residential, institutional, utilities, recreation, open space uses, up to a maximum of 15 dwelling units per acre for residential, and for non-residential up to a 0.5 floor area ratio. And with the proposed change to RH, would also allow pretty much similar types of uses. However, residential density up to 30 units per acre, and non-residential uses up to 0.6 FAR. Potential traffic impacts were calculated approximately 422 additional daily trips. Give me a second to just unpack that for a moment. When we do our impacts analysis and planning, we look at the property as if it were to completely redevelop at 30 dwelling units per acre for that entire property. There's an existing residential community there as well that has a density that's established that is much less than that. So I would just throw that out there for consideration. And the zoning permits a range of residential type uses from single family to multiple family with some established building heights 35 to 50 feet, depending on the use type, 10% required common open space area, 6-foot wall fence located near single family lots, and some limited non-residential uses under the type 2 use approval, which is the hearing involved. And again, no changes to the zoning being proposed at this time. So staff finds the immediate area is urbanized and developed with a range of residential, non-residential uses. It's a more intense area of the county, of unincorporated county. The subject property is currently developed with multifamily residential homes. There is low flood risk on the property and is not within the coastal storm area. So staff finds the proposed amendment appropriate and consistent with the comprehensive plan. And subject property is currently developed multifamily residential units. Frontage on access from 54th Avenue only. Highly developed area West Leelman, compatible with surrounding uses, not in the CSA or the CHHA, as a matter of fact, and consistent again with the comprehensive plan. Development Review Committee recommended approval of this application, as did the local planning agency with a unanimous 5-0 vote. And that concludes my presentation. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance.
If they don't demolish any current structures and they're just adding in the space they have available on the south end, I assume that's the thought on this. How many more units could they add to the existing? How many are there currently, and how many more could they add if they don't demolish any current structures?
Sure. Currently, there are 59 existing dwelling units on the property, and the applicant has expressed a desire to add one additional multifamily building to the south, as you had mentioned, Commissioner, and that could probably hold about 25 to 30 additional dwelling units. So in total, there could be approximately 89 dwelling units on the property, and that would bring it up to a density of about 21 units per acre, as a matter of fact.
Under the 30 maximum?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there questions for staff?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Swearingen, appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Stay close. I have one card from the applicant, Mr. Pressman. Do you need to say anything, Mr. Swearingen, to do your job for you tonight?
He knows it better than I do.
Would you like to come forward and say anything, or are you just for questions?
I would just, make the commission aware, Mr. Chairman, that there's been no correspondence received, no calls, no emails, and staff, as indicated, supported it, and the LPA voted 5-0 to support it. Thank you.
Very good. I only have the one card of the applicant. Anyone else wishing to testify? We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Gerard, a second from Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. They'll be able to enjoy that brand new wall walk a block away, right? All right. Item number 40, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 40 is case number FLU 22-02. This is an application of 6 Expanded Enterprises LLC for a land use change from residential urban to residential office general on the west .13 acre portion of a .37 acre parcel located at 3205 US Alternate 19 North in Crystal Beach. It's companion to agenda item number 41. Public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right, commissioners wish to see a staff presentation? No? We have the representation of the applicant. Do you wish to testify or just for questions, sir?
Just requesting, thank you.
All right. I have no other cards. Is there anyone wishing to testify? We'll close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously, 6-0. Item 41.
Agenda item number 41 is case number ZON 22-02. This is an application of 6 Expanded Enterprises LLC for a zoning change from 1, 2, and 3 family residential R4 to general commercial and services C2 on the west .13 acre portion of a .37 acre parcel located at 3205 US Alternate 19 North in Crystal Beach, companion to item number 40. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do.
I do.
The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Item number 42, Madam Clerk.
Agenda item 42 is case number CP 21-03. This is the first of 2 public hearings to consider a proposed ordinance adopting a new Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan to be known as Plan Pinellas, providing for a new vision element, the update and replacement of each element, and the associated future land use category descriptions and rules as per state statute requirements. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 1 email stating concerns has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Administrator.
This is the Plan Pinellas that's been brought to you. We've incorporated the changes and recommendations from the commission, and it's here before you for consideration.
We also have Ms. Stonefield here.
If you want a presentation, she's
Would you like a
available.
presentation? This is are we voting tonight?
This is the first of 2 public hearings, so this would be to transmit it to the state. Once they receive their approval, it would come back to you for a second public hearing and adoption.
Okay. Commissioners, would you like a presentation?
No, thanks.
No? All right. Thank you for being here. We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Second. Move approval.
I'm sorry.
She moved, I'll second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. Passes unanimous 6-0.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Long.
may I please ask for an indulgence with the clerk and go back to 39, which I believe I missed because I stepped out to get something from my office, and Nick is my witness, Commissioner Peters, staff person. I got locked out. I couldn't get in. I couldn't get in. So, anyway, I'd appreciate it if you could record me as a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, we've never really talked about that procedure for
Breaking in your office.
Right.
votes after the fact, but I'm
Is it prohibited, Madam
no,
Attorney?
I don't believe so.
Not prohibited, no.
All right,
I was here, let the record reflect.
Absolutely.
I was trying to be here.
all right. The clerk will make such notation. Item number 43, Madam Clerk.
Agenda item 43 is case number CP 21-02. This is the second of two public hearings to consider an ordinance amending Appendix A, the 10-year water supply facility plan of the potable water supply, wastewater, and reuse element of the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners like to see a presentation, or are we good?
It's a Dave Eggers thing.
Move approval.
Second.
Is there anyone from the public wishing to testify?
Sorry.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion from Commissioner Gerard and a second from
Me.
Commissioner Long. Just making sure.
Right.
I'm
You
here.
forgot your name.
No,
I know.
I'm listening over here. I hear voices over here. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It passes unanimously 6-0. All right, anything else for the good of the order? Dave, that was Commissioner Flowers who made the crack about you. We hope you're feeling better and listening tonight. And we are adjourned.